approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Getting a big breaking news coming in right now, viewers, and this time we're learning that Donald Trump has taken to X and posted a new post. The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. That's what Donald J. Trump is saying, President of the United States. Donald Trump says ceasefire is now in effect. Do not violate it. This is a new update coming in here on Republic TV in terms of what Donald Trump has said. And like we told our viewers, this is coming in just after we saw that Trump has finally made a new message, posted a new message after we saw Iran had launched those missiles towards southern Israel. So US President Trump has said the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran has now come into effect and has also given a warning that these two enemies in the Middle East should not violate the truce deal after Iran fired many waves of missiles on the Iranian territories. I apologize, on the Israeli territories in last few hours. So we saw that a lot of sirens were sounded in Israel. So we have seen Iran firing many waves of missiles towards the Israeli territories in the last few hours. And I have with us a guest who's joining us right now. Mr. Terry Newman is an Israeli entrepreneur and he's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Mr. Newman, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. So my first question to you is that you are there in Israel, you are in Tel Aviv. What is really happening there? Because we understand that there were a lot of sirens which were sounded. And we also understand that there has been reports of Iran still violating ceasefire and going ahead and launching missiles towards Israel, especially the southern Israel region.
Yes, well, good morning. It's been a difficult evening and morning. We've had sirens running to the bomb shelter all night and a tragic loss of life this morning. Some of these Iranian ballistic missiles hit a house, direct house in Beersheba, and 4 people have been murdered. This war is coming to a natural end, certainly, or to a natural ceasefire, primarily because the Iranians have lost and they can't fire at the Americans, they can't fire at any of the Gulf countries, and they're limited to what they can do to us. America has now laid a final punch to a lot of their nuclear facilities, as has been discussed, and Israel has really shown who has control of the skies in the Middle East. So Iran is now interested in a ceasefire. I believe that they're arguing that they fired this missile before 7 o'clock. It just took time to land after. I think when you look at these issues, what's important is not who fired the last missile, it's important who actually won the war. And I think it's clear to everybody, whether in the Middle East, whether in the rest of Asia, or whether in the rest of the world, that Israel has shown that it is the military superpower in the Middle East, and that, I hope, will lead to other more positive things. Most importantly, a return to the IMEC, which is why this all started. Hopefully we'll now see the Saudi-Israeli peace agreement, and we will see the linking up of India through the Gulf into Israel and into Europe.
Right. Mr. Newman, we have a lot of breaking updates coming in, but before we go to that, I just want to ask you that do you think that US can seriously enforce a ceasefire? Because Trump has just once again tweeted saying the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. This is the latest message coming in from Donald Trump post the reports of Iranian missiles being launched towards Israel.
Yeah, so I'm following the tweets, and this is certainly, from a historical perspective, it's remarkable to see here history unfolding again via tweets. But if we relate to this seriously, Israel has three main demands. The first is that the Iranian nuclear project is finished and is not renewed. The second is that Iran's ballistic missile arsenal is limited to 1,000 kilometers, or at the moment they've got the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 kilometer ballistic missiles. They need to be stopped. They're not required for defensive purposes. And the third is that they stop arming their regional terror groups with these weapons. For example, they were giving the Houthis medium-range ballistic missiles that go over 2,000 kilometers. Just to put in perspective, the Egyptian army don't have ballistic missiles with this distance. The Turkish army don't have, but Iran's giving it to terrorist organizations. So those are our three demands. America will have to lead this, and I believe that America, together with other leading democracies and even perhaps the non-democracies of the world, China and Russia, may be able to enforce all three of these. But in order for that to happen, the mechanisms need to be clear as to how these are policed, how they're enforced, such that this goes from being a ceasefire in which Iran can potentially rebuild its power to an actual peace treaty in which there can be a real change in the way that the Middle East is run, and so we can create a better Middle East. And as I say again, go back to the IMEC, the Indian Middle Eastern European Economic Corridor, which is the reason why this war was started. It was started to prevent this vision that your Prime Minister hosted in Delhi on the 10th of September 2023 from being realized. And we have to go back to it and say, no, we are going to connect the leading democracies and the leading pro-Western countries in the world in the greatest economic infrastructure project that
Mr.
humanity
Newman,
has ever done.
Yes, Mr. Newman, I really have to interrupt you there. Really apologize for that. But we're getting some big breaking updates coming in, and this is a new update for our viewers. The Israeli Air Force attacked missile launchers in western Iran. That is right. And these missile launchers in western Iran were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. Air Force aircraft attacked in western Iran in recent hours, destroying missile launchers that were ready to launch as part of the barrage launched towards Israeli territory. So those pictures also coming in right now, viewers. And we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates that we have for our viewers. Okay, we're coming to know that there has been the Home Front Command forces operate at the scene of the crash in Beersheba, where Iranian missile strikes killed at least 4 Israelis. So these are some pictures coming in right now. Rescue operations are being conducted. And if we have a guest back with us, we can go to our guest. But before that, we're getting one more set of breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. We're coming on, the report suggests that Iranian missiles targeted Haifa and other areas, other air bases this morning. So back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV, where we see that the assault from Iran's side is continuing. I repeat, the assault from Iran's side is continuing. Multiple areas, air bases are being targeted at the same time. We're coming to know that the IDF, Israeli Air Force, striking missile launchers in western Iran that were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. So back-to-back updates in terms of the assault which has been launched from both the side. And I want to go back to a guest who's joining us once again. We have with us Mr. Terry Newman, who's joining us here, Israeli entrepreneur. I told our viewers about all the breaking updates coming in. You mentioned as well that some civilians have been hurt. That was one of the breaking updates. How is Iran justifying the missile strikes despite Donald Trump announcing a ceasefire? What do you really think is happening there? Is this a shadow war with a diplomatic cover?
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent question. Again, the Iranians are saying that they fired these missiles before the 7 o'clock time limit came in. They're obviously trying to create some sort of photographic evidence that they survived this. Israel actually has a longer period. We have another 12 hours after them until the ceasefire comes in for us. So you'll be seeing Israel continuing further sorties in Iran. But the overall strategic picture is that Iran is stuck. And so it can only reach out at Israel, only fire at Israel. You saw what it tried to do yesterday. I mean, in Qatar yesterday, they fired a few missiles which was carefully telegraphed and had no impact. it's not important who fires last. What's important is that we remember who won this war, and we have to now enforce a ceasefire, turn it into a peace agreement, which, as I say, will ensure no nuclear facilities or capabilities, no ballistic missiles above 1,000 kilometers, and ceasing all support to terror groups around the Middle East and around the world.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Mr. Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur, joining us here on Republic TV as we decode the evolving situation in West Asia. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Especially, we'll take a look at what else is happening when we talk about the West Asia conflict. All right, Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi welcomes Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers the de-escalation of the war-like situation the most important thing. He said that Japan is extremely concerned about any retaliation and continuously hopes that the avenue of dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Stripes of smoke were witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after the missiles were intercepted. US President Trump made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched an unlimited missile attack on a US military base in Qatar in retaliation to the American bombing of its nuclear sites. Status of possible ceasefire remains unclear as attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majid bin Mohammed Al Ansari stated that the Qatar condemns with the most severe words the Iranian missile attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. He said that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principle of good neighborliness. And he also added that the attack represents and violation of international law. He said that the state of Qatar confirms that it holds the right to respond in accordance with the international laws. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro warned that the war between Israel and Iran may escalate. He questioned if the United States feels proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. He firmly stated enough of wars, enough of threats and using force, and enough of using military force to destroy the people. And thousands of protests in Athens over US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attacks in Gaza. In central Athens, protesters were seen holding signs that read, "Hands off Iran." A protester expressed the people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there is an escalation drive driven by profit and both the US and Israel seeks greater gains. Israeli military spokesperson Brigadier General Defrin says that the Israel Defense Forces have completed the most extensive wave of attacks it has carried out to date in Tehran. He says as part of the wave of attacks, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 munitions and attack military targets of the Iranian regime based on high quality and accurate intelligence from Mossad. Stated that the Israel has focused on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. All right, getting you some more pictures coming in. So these pictures are shots of the first responders working in Beersheba in the aftermath of Iranian airstrikes. So let's go to what these pictures coming in. A very unfortunate incident when we have seen 4 people have already lost their lives after Iran had targeted and fired missile salvos at Israel. And many people have been injured, especially residential buildings have been destroyed in southern Israel area. You can see those pictures coming in of the destruction, where rescue teams are working to locate survivors in this residential building hit by an Iranian missile. Now, these pictures are coming in from Beersheba in Israel. Rescue teams are combing through the rubble of an apartment building that you can see there that was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. Emergency services are climbing through this mangled slabs of concrete and twisted metals as they are trying to look for more survivors. These are some of the back-to-back updates we're getting for you here in Republic TV. Remember that this is coming in after Iranian ballistic missiles were targeted towards southern Israel region. So we continue to stay on these pictures which are coming in right now. These are pictures of rescue teams which are working to locate survivors in Beersheba residential building hit by the Iranian missiles. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers. We see that in a dramatic turn at the UNSC, Pakistan, Russia, China have come together in a rare show of unity to slam U.S. foreign policy under Donald Trump and extend full support to Iran. As tensions in the Middle East spiral in a very dangerous way, close to a full-scale war, these global powers are now demanding an immediate and unconditional ceasefire amid growing fears of a wider regional conflict. Take a look at this report.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
and much more coming right up. We'll put our focus on the other big stories we're tracking, especially Donald Trump's big ceasefire claims, announces truce between Israel and Iran, says both nations approach simultaneously for peace. After Trump's ceasefire claim, IDF says Iranian missiles fired at southern Israel. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal. Give peace a chance. That call.
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different. I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. US President Donald Trump has said that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is right now in effect. That is the big story that we are tracking at this hour. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Donald Trump makes a claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate it. Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 killed. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for the Axiom mission liftoff. Big breaking story right now. Israel emergency services say that the death toll in the Beersheba strike has risen to 4. 3 residential buildings have been damaged in the Iranian strike. The direct hit in the largest city in southern Israel comes just days after the city's hospital sustained significant damage in a missile strike. So there have been missile attacks from Iran towards the territory of Israel, and the death toll in a Beersheba strike has risen to 4. So Donald Trump says that a ceasefire between Israel and Iran is now in effect, but Israel says that it has identified multiple missiles launched from Iran, and one of these missiles slammed into a residential building that has now left 4 people dead. So Iranian media also says that Israel launched fresh attacks in Iran's capital Tehran overnight. And since morning, the IDF has been saying that missile attacks from Iran have been continuing. Nick, our colleague, is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, we understand that there's been continuous missile attacks that the IDF has been claiming that Iran has been sending towards the Israeli territory. What is that, what you can see around you? We understand that as far as the Beersheba strike is concerned, there have been people who have been dead. Four people have died in those strike. Just take us through what is happening there.
Yes, so Israelis are going out, as you can see here behind me. It is still early in the morning, but they are going to the cafes, and it looks like Israelis starting to realize that the ceasefire with Iran is in effect. It started, it's actually happening. Although Iran was shooting barrages of rockets until the last minute, and even a bit after 7 a.m., but still, this is unfortunately the culture and the mentality here in the Middle East, especially of the Arab Muslim countries, that they need to show that they were the last ones to give the last shot, that they could continue and they are strong. So this is the message that Iran trying to send with this barrage of rockets on the last minute. But now we understand that Iran actually wants the ceasefire. It wants it to succeed. And now Israel needs to decide that actually it is also for Israel a good timing to end it, because in the last barrage of rockets, as you said before, in Beersheba, at least 4 people dead, and maybe it will be more because there are some people missing. The rescue forces still trying to locate them between all the rubbish and the destroyed building. Unfortunately, even people that were inside of a bomb shelter in Beersheba, they hurt and they were damaged. Not just the bomb shelter, but also the people got injured because the Iranian ballistic missiles are so big and strong. And now everybody believes that maybe the ceasefire is starting now. Back to you.
Right, Nick, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in from Israel. Now, Israel has opened its airspace now. And this after Iran's missile strikes. Earlier barrage of Iranian missiles forced Israel to close the country's skies to all passenger planes. Israel's airspace has, however, now been reopened to the incoming flights following a temporary shutdown caused by the Iranian missile strikes, according to the Airports Authority of Israel. So positive the development there. It's seen Israel has opened its airspace now after Iran's missile strikes earlier. Let's go back to Nick, who is joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, just take us through about the situation there, because early in the morning, the Israelis woke up to a lot of sirens there, and there were sounds of sirens. There were missiles that were intercepted by the Israeli Defense Forces. But talking about the situation right now, have you been hearing any sirens recently? And what about the people there? How are they reacting to the fact that Donald Trump says that a ceasefire is now in effect?
So actually, the morning in Israel started really early, around 5 a.m., where the first barrages of rockets from Iran, and they continued until 7 in the morning. For about 2 hours, there were countless sirens throughout Israel, and Iran sent rockets to different locations. And the Israelis already understood that this is the way for Iran to end this conflict, because they are used that in the last minute, the terror organizations or terror countries doing that, they are sending their last word. But now I see that Israelis here really relaxed, and many of them already on the streets of Tel Aviv, although it's still morning. And Israelis believe that maybe this is the end of this cycle of violence, but it is not the end of the war of Israel against Hamas. There are still about 50 Israelis kidnapped since the 7th of October, and their families asking now the government to use this agreement with Iran to do a broader peace agreement also with Hamas. So all the captives, all the hostages will return back home. This is elderly, children, women, men, many people that are not part of any conflict. They're just innocent people that have been taken from their homes. Back to you.
Right, Nick, those visuals we can see behind you, a lot of people there on the streets already. Stay with us, we'll just come back to you. And viewers, Tehran, remember, launched earlier a missile strike on the US airbase in Qatar as well. And let's take a look at this report.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر. مدام مدام.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر. مدام مدام.
Breaking news coming in, the Israeli Air Force attacked missile launchers in western Iran that were ready to be launched towards Israeli territory. Air Force aircraft attacked in western Iran in recent hours, destroying missile launchers that were ready to launch as part of the barrage launch towards the Israeli territory. So basically, idea of saying that a larger attack was possible on Israel, but they were foiled by the strikes on several Iranian ballistic missile launchers. So the Israeli Air Force struck these Iranian ballistic missile launchers that were printed for this for the attack salvos basically on Israel. Let's go back to Nick, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick, now the Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they have basically foiled a larger attack because they have fired on missile launchers in the western Iran itself. So it could have been much bigger. The destruction could have been much bigger. But what more details are emerging from Bir Sheba? We understand that 4 people have been killed in that strike. What more details are emerging as far as what are your sources telling you?
Yeah, there are about 30 people that are injured, at least 4 are dead, and maybe several more people are in between the rubble inside of this distracted, almost destroyed building, and it is a hard work for the rescue forces to understand if there are still survivors there, because the building is almost collapsed, and a lot of the rooms and the apartments are ruined, and it is hard to understand exactly how many people were inside of this large building, because there are many apartments there, and you don't know if somebody came to visit his friend or people that don't communicate with other neighborhoods. That's why it's hard for rescue forces to estimate exactly how many people could be there. In another example, in Bat Yam, the Iranian missile that killed several people, one of those people were found just days after the attack because nobody knew about him. So this is the sad reality here, and the Israelis continue to work and try to rescue the people. And some of the politicians in Israel, like Avigdor Lieberman from the opposition, saying that maybe Israel needs a more precise agreement with Iran to understand exactly what are the conditions, because it is really dangerous to leave an injured lion. In this metaphor, Iran is the lion, because in a few years the war can start again, and then the conditions for Israel could be much worse, because Iran is not leaving its ambitions to develop nuclear weapons. They are not leaving their ambitions to develop more missiles and long-range missiles that not just can hit Israel, but maybe other places in Europe or even the US. And if Iran is not signing an agreement of a complete capitulation, and that they are not doing nothing like that in the future, not developing this kind of weapons in the future, it could be a risk in the future for Israel and other countries. Back to you.
Right, Nick Kolyothin reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for those details. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins for more on that story. And viewers, we'll take a very short break. But coming up ahead, a 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And also
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and
Welcome back, viewers. India is poised for a historic leap. After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow, carrying Indian Air Force's Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station. Of course, a proud moment, but decades in the making. Take a look at this report.
After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The Axiom 4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Uzanski-Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Time now to take a break. Coming up ahead, rescue operation underway in Beersheba in Israel after Iranian missiles hit residential buildings there.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows were shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
Viewers, let's take a look at news from across the country now. The first flight with the first batch of 161 Indian nationals evacuated from Israel landed in Delhi today. MEA's official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal stated that the Israel leg of Operation Sindhu began yesterday and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving today in India. The evacuees were received by MOS Pabitra Marghetia at the airports. One Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said that he could hear sirens where he was living and see missiles in the sky. He thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As part of Operation Sindhu, 292 Indian nationals were evacuated from Iran on a special flight that arrived in New Delhi from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal shared that a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought home from Iran. On 23rd of June night, Maoists attacked a road construction site in Juraghat under the Barkagaon police station area of Hazirabad district. Around 30 to 35 armed Maoists attacked the camp of Puja Construction and set fire to 7 vehicles parked there, including 2 JCBs, a water tanker and a generator. After flood-like situation was witnessed in the Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration conducted a rescue operation. Danger arose following continuous rainfall in the region. The State Disaster Response Force has evacuated 29 people and animals there as well. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of the Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra. The mock drill was held at the Integrated Command and Control Centre of the Town Police Station Complex for the orderly and safe completion of the Yatra. And on to some other news now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval called on Chinese Foreign Minister and also a member of the Politburo of the ruling Congress Chinese Communist Party, Wang Yi, in Beijing on Monday. Remember, NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. Here is a brief report.
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing on Monday. NSA Doval is currently in China to attend the 20th meeting of the SCO Security Council Secretaries. During the meeting, the two leaders discussed the progress in the restoration of bilateral ties between India and China. The two leaders underscored the need to promote overall development of the India-China bilateral relations, including by fostering greater people-to-people ties. Doval also emphasized the need to counter terrorism in all its forms and manifestations to maintain overall peace and stability in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on the ongoing global conflicts during the meeting.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, unidentified drones struck radar systems at 2 military bases in Iraq. Also, protesters have rallied in Los Angeles against the Iranian regime. Details on those two big stories and much more after a short break. Stay with us.
I
I've seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Just a while back, Donald Trump said that the ceasefire is in full effect. This after Iran launched salvo at Israel earlier today. We'll get you more updates on that, but first, as always, the headlines. Donald Trump makes claims of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both the nations to not violate it. Trump's ceasefire claims falls flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 people have been killed. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during the travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom 4 mission liftoff. We have breaking news coming in as far as Israel-Iran ceasefire is concerned. This is in fact a statement that has come from the Israeli Prime Minister. He has said that Israel accepts ceasefire, and the Prime Minister also said that Israel has accepted the ceasefire with Iran and that it has achieved war goals against Iran. Israel says that it has agreed to Trump's proposal for bilateral ceasefire with Iran. So this is in fact the statement that has come from the Prime Minister. He said that Israel government has achieved all the objectives in Operation Rising Lion. Remember, this was the name that they had given as far as their attack on Iran is concerned. So their objectives have been achieved, including full air superiority over Tehran, the elimination of senior military leaders, and the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. And they have agreed to the ceasefire initiated by Donald Trump earlier in the day. Donald Trump has said that both the nations will be in fact having ceasefire. After that, we saw salvos launched by Iran. Now Iran has also agreed to ceasefire, and so has Israel as far as this conflict is concerned. Let me go across to Director of International Relations, Ariella Rosenthal, who is from the Ashdod municipality. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now it appears that both the countries, Iran and Israel, they have agreed to the ceasefire, but this is coming hours after Donald Trump in fact said that there should be a ceasefire. After that, we saw attack from Iran on Israel. Several buildings have been damaged. 4 people have lost their life, but finally both the nations are saying that they have agreed. How do you assess this?
Well, Israel says that it has achieved all the objectives of the operations, hence the dual immediate existential threat on the state of Israel, the nuclear and ballistic missiles. But, you know, unfortunately, Israel has a long history with the terrorist regimes in the Middle East. If it's Iran, it's the Hamas. And we know that ceasefire is very fragile until it becomes a long truce. So as we saw this morning that there will be an immediate ceasefire, there were missiles attacks on the state of Israel in which 4 civilians were killed and a lot of devastation in cities around Israel. So Israel has still the right, if any violation of the ceasefire will be enhanced, to, of course, continue what it has done until now. It will, of course, respond forcefully if so.
Read that, yaar. Absolutely, and in fact what we're learning is that he has said that all the objectives under Operation Rising Lion have been achieved. As you also mentioned, there were several objectives such as full air superiority over Tehran, elimination of senior military leaders, and the focus was on the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities, and that was in fact also the focus of the United States. I request Ariella to stay with us. In fact, this is as far as Israel's statement is concerned. They have claimed victory as far as their Rising Lion operation is concerned. Now they have agreed to the ceasefire, but objectives, as you also rightly mentioned, they have been achieved by both the nations. And the most important is the nuclear facilities being destroyed in the last few days.
Yes. So we truly hope that the truce that was announced by Israel and the ceasefire about Israel and Iran will hold. But it's, as I told you, it's not even past 6 hours from the morning when it was obeyed that there will actually be it will be a full ceasefire. So we will wait and we'll see how things will happen. We are still in the Middle East. We are still dealing here with a terrorist regime that always is very, very sly and knows exactly how to speak to the West and actually to continue to develop nuclear munition and weapons and so on. So instead of speaking, I think that the facts on the ground will at the end be what we can obey with.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. In fact, another breaking news that we are getting right now is that Israel has opened the airspace now after Iran's missile strike earlier today. Earlier, barrage of Iranian missiles had forced Israel to close the country's sky to all passenger planes. Israel airspace has now been reopened to the incoming flight following a temporary shutdown caused by the Iranian missile strike. And this is what we can see on the flight radar as well. So, Ariala, can we say that now the threat is gone? Because you also belong to Israel. What are the people there saying? Is the threat, has the threat in fact subsided?
No, we are not so sure. I think it's very early to know if it has succeeded or not. I'm of course not sitting in the parliament and I'm not sitting in the cabinet of the state of Israel. And I really can only, it's a real feeling of mine. But we don't know. It's really too soon. And, hopefully in the near future, we will know that if it succeeded or not. We must remember that we are dealing here with a poisonous snake that knows exactly how to speak duly, on the one hand, to its people and to the proxies, and on the other hand, how to negotiate with the Western countries. So I think it's still soon to be very, happy and think that we are finished the threat of the regime on the state of Israel. We must remember that we still have the Hamas and we still have hostages in Israel, in the Gaza Strip, that we are waiting for them to be released unconditionally. So they are a proxy of Iran. So if Iran is really sincere with the ceasefire and with what it conveys and says to the West and to Israel, then it must immediately release the hostages in Gaza.
Absolutely. In fact, stay on with us. We have another breaking news coming in. What we're learning is that last night, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened a security cabinet together with the Ministry of Defense, the IDF Chief of Staff and the head of Mossad to report that Israel has achieved, as we've been reporting, all the objectives of Operation Rising Lion. And so far, Israel has eliminated an immediate existential dual threat, both in the nuclear domain and the area of ballistic missiles as well. So as Israel has been saying, that objectives under Operation Lion has been achieved. We have in fact more breaking news coming in, getting you the latest visuals of the aftermath of Iranian missile strike on Iran. Israel, in fact, on your screens, you can see damaged residential building infrastructure. They're completely in rubble. These are the visuals from Beersheba, which is in Israel. Remember, in the last more than 1 week, there have been multiple attacks here on the hospital, daycare center. And now, after Donald Trump announced ceasefire last night, there was another attack by Iran on this residential area of Beersheba. You can see several buildings completely there in rubble. Rescue operation is underway to bring people out of that rubble that we can see on the screen. The rescue operation teams they are at the spot and carrying out this operation right there. But very concerning visuals coming in from Israel. What we're learning is that 4 people have lost their life in this attack, but now Israel says that there has been ceasefire and they are expecting no more such strikes coming in from Iran. Ariala, I want to bring you in. Now, US says that there is a ceasefire. Ceasefire has come into effect. Israel says that yes, there is a ceasefire now. All the objectives under Operation Rising Lion has been achieved. But on the other hand, we are seeing that Iran foreign minister is saying that there's some confusion. They are not very sure about the ceasefire there. So right now also confusion swirls over the precise details of the ceasefire. There are divided in fact versions coming in from both the nations. How do you see this?
Well, as a citizen of the state of Israel, and bombardment on the cities and on residential areas that are not military targets, they are residential citizens who live in Israel where their houses have been bombarded, lots of devastation, and of course lots of lives have been taken. They're not loss of lives, they've been deliberately killed by the Iranian regime. So we of course continue. You have seen that the IDF has informed the citizens of State of Israel by the Home Front Command to continue to strictly adhere the restrictions and the guidelines for the situation. We are still in alert. That means that we are still in emergency guidelines. So we're taking very much hazardous restrictions in order for people to save their lives. So we are waiting, and hopefully in a couple of hours and days to see how things will occur. But as I must say, Iran is still deliberately targeting civilians, mosques, houses, hospitals, people, elderly people. What have the elderly people done to them? These are questions that are not acceptable. And terror is terror. It must be deliberate. And for a citizen of Israel, I really am sure that my country, if there will continue to be violation, that there will not be a ceasefire. We must, at the end, survive and not be bounced around by other countries, because my government, at the end, must keep after its citizens and the survival of the State of Israel.
Absolutely. In fact, there are reports which are suggesting that Iranian missiles also targeted Haifa and Ramat David air bases this morning. So we've been seeing attacks as far as Iran on Israel are concerned. So Irala, I want to bring you in. Do you think even if Iran says yes to the ceasefire, they will abide by it? Because after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire last night, we saw that residential buildings were destroyed, civilians were attacked in Israel. So do you think after all this, and after saying yes to the ceasefire, Iran will abide by it? Do you have that trust factor in the nation?
Ideology, and we are very, very familiar with the history of the terror regime in Iran. So this is not new for us. We unfortunately live in a surrounding where we have the Hezbollah, where we have the Houthis, we have and the Hamas, the proxies of Iran. We are very well familiar with how they operate. So we are very, very suspicious. We have full understanding of Trump and its administration that have helped the State of Israel. But at the end, it's only my country, my government that took into account that there's a survival threat on the State of Israel, and he will only act in the favor of our country. That means that we understand the wonderful words and rhetoric of Iran, the terrorist regime, but at the end, we will cut the head of the snake. So we are now in a very fragile, how you call ceasefire, but any violation, I'm sure that my country will know how to operate.
Absolutely. So remains to be seen how it pans out in the next 24 hours, even though both the nations have said yes to the ceasefire. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, let's tell you more about the attack on Israel. The location is Beersheba, where, remember, we've been telling you that the residential building has been attacked. 4 people have lost their life, and these are the visuals of the rescue operation that you can see on the screen. Home Front Command forces operate at the scene of the crash in Beersheba, where Iranian missile strikes and it has killed 4 Israelis there. And all this after, in fact, few minutes after Donald Trump announced that both the nations have agreed to a ceasefire. After that, we've been seeing these visuals, very concerning one coming in from Israel. You can see that those buildings have been completely damaged. There is a possibility that there could be few people under those rubble as well, and that is why you can see that the rescue operation teams, the Home Front Command forces are there at the spot, and the rescue operation is underway. In fact, Iran launched a missile operation targeting US military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to US strikes on its nuclear facilities. And this merely hours after Donald Trump announced the success of so-called ceasefire deal. Have a look.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Adam, Adam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Adam, Adam.
More details on the conflict. Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary has welcomed Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers that the de-escalation of the war-like situation is the most important thing. He also went on to state that Japan is extremely concerned about retaliation and continuously hopes that the event of the dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Smoke was witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after missiles were intercepted. President Donald Trump has made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched a limited missile attack on US military base in Qatar in retaliation to American bombing of the nuclear site. The status of a possible ceasefire remains unclear as the attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Minister spokesperson, in fact, has stated that it condemns with the most severe words the Iranian missile attack on the Al-Udaid air base in Qatar. He stated that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principle of good neighborliness. Now, he also stated that attack represents a violation of the international law and said that the state of Qatar confirms the right to respond. Venezuelan president has warned that the war between Iran and Israel may escalate. He also questioned if the United States feel proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan and Libya. He firmly, in fact, stated that enough of war, enough of threats of using force and enough of using military force to destroy people. Thousands are protesting in Athens over US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attack in Gaza. In central part of the country, protesters were seen holding signs that read "Hands off Iran." A protester also expressed that people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there is an escalation driven by profit, and both the United States and Israel seek greater gains in this. Israeli military spokesperson has said that Israel Defense Forces IDF has completed the most extensive waves of attack it carried out to date in Tehran. He said that as a part of the waves of attack, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 ammunition and attack military targets of the Iranian regime. Now, based on the reportage that has come and high quality, accurate intelligence from Mossad, he also said that Israeli are focusing on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of Iranian regime. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, unidentified drones have struck the radar system at 2 military bases in Iraq. Details on the other side. We'll also tell you about how protesters rallied in LA against Iranian regime. We will get you details on these stories and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter.
The first flight with the first batch of 161 Indian nationals from Israel landed in the national capital today. MEA official spokesperson Randeep Jaiswal has stated that Israel leg of Operation Sindhu began yesterday and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving in India today. The evacuees were received by MOS of India at the airport, and one Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said that he could hear sirens when he was where he was living and see missiles in the sky as well. He also thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As part of Operation Sindhu, 292 Indian nationals were brought back from Iran on a special flight that arrived in the national capital from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA official spokespersons shared that a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought back home from Iran. On June 23rd night, Maoists attacked the road construction in one of the areas in Hazaribagh district. Around 30 to 35 armed Maoists attacked the camp of Puja Construction and set fire to 7 vehicles parked there, including 2 JCBs, a water tanker and a generator. After a flood-like situation was witnessed in Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration has conducted a rescue operation. Danger arose following continuous rainfall in the region. The state disaster response force have evacuated 29 people and 2,450 sheep. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra in Odisha. The mock drill was held at the Integrated Command and Control Centre of the Town Police Station complex for the orderly and safe completion of this very crucial yatra. Gautam Adani, chairman of Adani Group, addressed the annual general meeting of Adani Group today. While speaking during the event, Adani said that the Adani defence delivered when Operation Sindoor called. Our drones became the eye in the sky as well as the swords of the attack, and our anti-drone systems helped protect the forces and the citizens of the country.
The world around us has changed dramatically over the past 12 months. Over 60 nations went to the polls. Borders were redrawn. Alliances tested and economies shaken. In the Middle East, war continued to cast shadows on energy and logistics. In Europe, economic confidence stumbled. The United States had its own challenges. And yet, in the middle of all this noise, India stood apart and grew faster than any other major nation.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, unidentified drone struck radar system at 2 military bases in Iraq. We'll also tell you about protesters in LA which rallied against Iranian regime. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Israel accepts Trump brokered ceasefire agreement, says Operation Rising Lion is a success. Donald Trump makes claim of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate. Trump's ceasefire claims fall flat. Iran continues missile attacks. Israel Defense Force claims strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Beersheba, 4 killed. $10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as new date for Axiom mission liftoff. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Netanyahu says Israel accepts ceasefire. That is right. Big update coming in. Israeli PM Netanyahu said that Israel has accepted the ceasefire with Iran. It has achieved war goals against Iran. Israel says agreed to Trump proposal for bilateral ceasefire with Iran. Israel's government says it has achieved all objectives in Operation Rising Lion, including full air superiority over Tehran, elimination of senior military leaders, and the destruction of Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities, and has agreed to the ceasefire initiation by Trump. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers. Netanyahu says that Israel has gone ahead and accepted the ceasefire. Huge update. This is coming in after Trump has brokered ceasefire in call with Netanyahu, and Israel has accepted the truce deal. Netanyahu has also thanked Trump. Israel has officially accepted America's ceasefire proposal with Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying that the country was able to successfully end the Iranian nuclear threat and thanking US President Trump for his help. Back-to-back updates coming in here, Republic TV viewers, and as we keep getting more updates, Israel has officially accepted a ceasefire proposal with Iran. That is right. And we're joined right now by our Major General G.D. Bakshi is joining us. Thank you for joining us, Major General. And this is, we had the story has taken so many turns, but I want you to put this entire story in perspective for our viewers. We saw Trump brokering a deal, then we saw Iran firing missiles at Israel, and now we see that Israel has accepted a ceasefire, but not without missiles being fired just after Trump declared a ceasefire.
Look, any ceasefire to come into effect, including the one that took place, not really a ceasefire, but a pause in operations in Op Sindoor. The first, it took 2 days to get that ceasefire in place. So that happens in ceasefires. There is a stabilization period in which it firms in. But I think both sides, this is a win-win for all sides in the conflict. Therefore, all sides are exhausted, especially Iran and Israel. It is Iran which has suffered more, but even Israel has suffered substantially economic losses, infrastructure losses, which cannot continue. They need also a period of consolidation. They have, as Netanyahu very rightly said, they have achieved their aims. Their aims were twofold. The first aim was, which was agreed to by the United States, that Iran cannot have nuclear capabilities and we will degrade or destroy Iran's nascent nuclear capability. With the help of America, that has been done. It could not have been done without America's help. America has said that was our only aim. Israel then added regime change. If you go in for regime change, you have to put boots on the ground. You can't do it by air power alone, right? And as long as that was the aim, then there could have been no ceasefire, because Iran would have felt threatened in a very serious manner. So they would have continued to fire their missiles. They had about 4,000 total missiles. They were firing about, they had started with 200 missiles a day, came down to 100, then 70, then 50, and then 25 per day. At 25 per day, they could have continued on for 3 to 6 months more. The serious question was, did anybody want an escalation in the Middle East? Did anybody want an open-ended war in the Middle East? Did anybody want closure of the Straits of Hormuz? Did anybody want the price of oil to go up to 120 barrels and more, dollars a barrel and more? Well, the answer was no one wanted it. Neither Iran, Israel, neither America, nor the rest of the world. It hurts everybody, including India, China, Japan, who would suffer if the price of oil rose. The only country that would gain would be Russia. Did the United States want that? No. Therefore, it is a win-win for all sides, and that is why a ceasefire has come in. Israel has openly accepted at the prime ministerial level, and I think it is very prudent, very wise strategy on the part of Iran to accept a ceasefire now. They have no air defense capability left. If this kind of war continues, well, they would be able to inflict damage on Israel, but they would suffer disproportionate damage in return. And if America joined in, they would suffer devastation. So they have betted on regime survival. They have betted on taking off about 5 to 6 months of cooling time. There is some speculation that they were able to take out the 408 kgs of uranium from Fodro before it was hit. Where it is, nobody seems to know. So if that is so, then one strategy could be that Iran goes for 5 to 6 months of peace and quiet, in which it tries to rebuild its air defense capability, and if, that is the big if it wants to continue with the nuclear program in a subterranean, opaque kind of a way.
Right.
For the time being, we hope there is peace in the Middle East.
Right.
It serves the world, it serves the interest of all.
All right, I'm glad you brought up Iran's nuclear capabilities, and even though the key sites were absolutely destroyed after those strikes we saw over the weekend, do you think, Major General, that Iran will be emboldened to keep developing its nuclear capabilities, or will Iran try to renegotiate it or even completely stop? Do you think Iran will continue on its nuclear path?
Well, because of the fierce kind of attack on Iran, if Iran comes to the conclusion that, like North Korea, I will be safe only if I have nuclear capability, then I'm afraid its quest for the bomb will continue, because its quest for the bomb is the quest for its ultimate security. It has seen how without a bomb it has been pommeled black and blue. At the same time, it realizes that the intelligence capabilities of the United States and Israel combined, any such attempt would be found out and would possibly draw more such conflict directed at Iran and the destruction of its nuclear program. One scenario is that every 4 to 5 years there will be a round like this of bloodletting when Iran regenerates its nuclear capability. Israel and the United States find it out and they go for it. And they go for it to degrade it again and again. Right? That could be a pattern. If you want to be an incorrigible optimist, then they would say, okay, I think all sides have slugged it out, they are tired, they are exhausted, and we will have a period of peace and quiet, which the world needs, which the region needs, which both Israel and Iran need desperately.
Right. Okay, Major General, I really want you to hold on with us, because we're getting some big breaking updates coming in. I want our viewers to have a look at these pictures. We'll put them on the screen right now. Getting your latest visuals of the aftermath of the Iranian missile striking Israel. On your screen, you can see damaged residential buildings, infrastructure in rubble, absolutely in rubble. We'll put those pictures out right now on Republic TV, where we see that the south of Israel specifically has been hit by missiles, and many civilian residential buildings have also been hit. Those pictures are coming in from Beersheba in Israel. Residential buildings are completely destroyed. By the way, these are live pictures that we're getting for you here on Republic TV as the rescue operations are continuing. You see rescue teams looking through rubble, looking for survivors. And this is coming just after we have seen PM Netanyahu has said Israel has agreed to the bilateral ceasefire with Iran in coordination with President Donald Trump. Multiple residential buildings are absolutely destroyed and damaged there. We see that Israel police said that the barrage of missiles damaged at least 3 buildings in Beersheba, and shells of burned out cars littered the streets. Broken glass, rubble covered this area. I want to go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us once again. We see that earlier Israel had told its citizens to look for shelters, go to safe rooms. But the bigger question right now I would like to put to you, that why is Iran, and we have seen this earlier as well, Iran has targeted many civilian areas, residential areas, many people have lost their life. Do you see this continuing, or will this play out like a shadow war behind diplomatic cover? Major General.
I do not think it is to any strategic advantage to Iran to continue the fight in this situation when a ceasefire and an off-ramp has been offered by Donald Trump, accepted by Israel. You know, so far Iran was saying, let Israel stop and we will stop, right? Israel has said it is stopping. So I see no incentive, no reason for Iran to continue the fighting. It will not be good for Iran because it is at the receiving end. Its air defenses have been blasted, a lot of its top leadership killed. Its nuclear program has been given a huge setback, right? So to this extent, Iran would need some period of peace, quiet and consolidation. It has to consolidate, it has to rebuild its air defenses, and it has to decide whether it wants to go in for a nuclear program. And, in the Majlis, a resolution was introduced that Iran should now withdraw from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty because the protections and safeguard afforded to it under the treaty for its civilian nuclear program have been violated, right? And to that extent, it can say that I need off-ramp. I mean, I don't want to go in for this thing, but they left that decision to the Supreme Council. They have left it open-ended because if they say they are going in for the nuclear program, the American and the Israeli strikes will start all over again. That does not serve the interests of Iran at this juncture. In fact, it is a welcome thing for Iran, for Israel, for America, for the region, for the whole world if peace and quiet prevails. Nobody wanted an open war, not even the United States, especially the United States. Donald Trump's grand strategy has been that he would seek a period of quiet, peace and quiet and reconsolidation. That is why he had said he would stop the war in Russia-Ukraine. It was not my war, it was Biden's war. That is why he had said he'd get peace in the Middle East. Then he seems to have realized down the line that peace in the Middle East was not possible till Israel felt it was secure enough. And to that extent, he has gone on with Israel and taken out the nuclear capability or degraded the nuclear capability of Iran, set it back by at least a couple of months, if not years. Right? So it remains to be seen whether this peace will hold. We hope it will. It will be good for the world and for all concerned.
Right. Major General, I really want you to hold on with us because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. There's one more update we're getting for our viewers. Let's go to the big breaking. Israeli Finance Minister has made a statement after the ceasefire with Iran. He's saying now we complete the task in Gaza following the announcement of a ceasefire with Tehran. Finance Minister there of Israel has said that now the focus would be shifting to Gaza. And this is coming in as we see that Israel has spoken about its crushing victory, which he says has resulted in the removal of an immediate existential threat. That is right. Okay. I want to go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us here. It's very interesting what the Israel Finance Minister has said. He is saying that now the entire focus will shift to Gaza. So now that Israel has confronted Iran, and now their focus will again go back to Gaza. How will Israel's military strategy now change post Israel's conflict with Iran? And now that the focus will go back to Gaza, Major General.
Israel's strategy has always been that whenever it is confronted with multiple enemies, multiple antagonists, attackers, it, prioritizes. It picks up the most dangerous target, deals with it first, destroys it, then goes to the number 2, then goes to the number 3. That is precisely what it did in this war. It hit Hamas very hard, then it switched to Hezbollah, almost wiped out its leadership, top leadership, imposed heavy attrition on it, command and control attrition, equipment attrition. Rockets and missiles were destroyed, capability to hit was absolutely neutralized. Then with the help of the Americans, it turned to the Houthis. The heavy lifting against the Houthis was done by the United States in a 7-week-long air campaign. 7-week-long air campaign with B-52 bombers, everything thrown in, their 3 aircraft carrier battle groups thrown in. Now the stage was set for Israel to take on the head of the octopus. It had cut off the arms of the octopus. It went for the head in Iran, right? And in going for the head, its immediate aim set was decapitation of Iran's nuclear capabilities, defanging of Iran's nuclear capabilities, decimation, destruction was the aim. We have yet to see whether destruction has been achieved or severe damage has been achieved. Severe damage means it could be revived. some years down the line. Destruction means it is kaput. So I don't think kaput has happened, but we are waiting the bomb damage assessment. Now the simple fact is that Israel is now focusing on, it has said, it has accepted the ceasefire which has been enforced by Donald Trump. There is no way that Israel at this stage can defy Donald Trump's diktat. Donald Trump has gone out of the way to support Israel, and I don't think Netanyahu will at all want to endanger that support. Israel has achieved its military aims. It has destroyed all the 3 proxies of Iran. It has hit Iran itself, hit it very hard, decapacitated its leadership, destroyed or degraded the nuclear program to a very major degree, and it has also hit the domestic oil production of Iran. It was trying for regime change, but that has been stopped.
Yes.
That has been stopped. So Iran has also managed to survive. You know, they say an insurgent wins if he does not lose. Iran is the insurgent in this case. Iran is the revisionist power trying to alter the status quo, and it has managed to survive. An assault, combined assault by America and Israel, to that extent it can go back to its people and say, look, we stood up to America, we stood up to the combined might of Israel and America, and we have proved that we are no pushover.
Yes.
We have proved that Iran is a military power to reckon with in the military East kind of a thing. That is the narrative they will sell to their people, and also try and sell to their proxies. They have tried to keep their fighting image intact, and to that extent they have still managed to survive. It would be prudent on the part of Iran not to violate this ceasefire for at least 5-6 months, because otherwise it could suffer out of proportion to whatever pain it is able to inflict on Israel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for that analysis, detailed analysis that you have given to our viewers. That was Major General J.D. Bakshi in Republic TV. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next breaking update for our viewers. We're coming to know that Qatar sent a letter to UN Secretary General on Iran's attack on the air base, the Al Udeid air base. In the letter addressed, Qatar informed the members of the Security Council and the Secretary General of an extremely dangerous escalation that represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state of Qatar, posing a direct threat to regional peace and security. Back-to-back updates coming in here in Republic TV viewers, and what we see is that Qatar sends a letter and seeks action. And viewers, getting some more updates coming in from across the nation now. In a major police operation at the Delhi-Haryana border, 22-year-old wanted gangster Romil Vora was shot dead in an early morning encounter. Vora had a long list of charges against him, including multiple murders. His report, viewers, take a look.
An encounter was successfully carried out by the Haryana police and the Delhi Special Cell, leading to the killing of a most wanted gangster. Acting on a tip-off, the joint police team cordoned off an area near the Delhi-Haryana border. As they closed in, accused Vora reportedly opened fire, and the police fired back. He was critically injured in the exchange and later died at the hospital. 2 officers also sustained injuries during the gunfight. 22-year-old Romil Vora was one of the members of the Kala Rana Noni Rana gang. He was the main accused in at least 4 murders, including a recent killing in Yamunanagar in Haryana. He had a 2 lakh rupees bounty on his head and was linked to a 2024 triple murder, facing charges of extortion, armed robbery and more across the state.
ये मंडी गांव का ये पूरा जंगल का एरिया है जहाँ पे जब मुठभेड़ होती है, जब पुलिस को ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है, जब हरियाणा एसटीएफ की बात करें या दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल जो इंटेलिजेंस टीम है, जब उनको जानकारी मिलती है कि इस इलाकों में, इन्हीं इलाकों में रोमिल वोहरा की मौजूदगी है और उनकी तरफ से जब सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है तो इन जंगलों में वो छुपने की ज़रूर कोशिश करता है, लेकिन सारी कोशिशें उसकी नाकाम हो जाती है और मुठभेड़ के दौरान रोमिल वोहरा को मार गिराया जाता है। यानी जो भी पुलिस प्रशासन की टीम है, एसटीएफ की टीम है या इंटेलिजेंस की टीम है, केवल उनकी ही गाड़ियों को अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि और कई सुराग जो है वो भी अब जो है इस एनकाउंटर के बाद सुराग मिलेंगे कि आखिर मंडी गांव में रोमिल वोहरा क्या कर रहा था, किससे मिलने आया था, क्या उसके सदस्य, उसके गैंग के कोई और सदस्य भी यहाँ रहते हैं। इन तमाम कड़ियों पर जो है वो टीम जांच करेगी।
Viewers, coming up, we will talk more about the story, especially the 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as a new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
Tell me about your first solo stage performance. How old were you?
I don't know how you got this picture. I was 6 years old, wearing topi and cap.
Yeah.
And I was pushed on the stage.
Who was there with you?
He was a patron of music, and he was a political figure of Gwalior. So that was my
Was your father there?
My father was not there, and he sent me. So this is the confidence that
you were 6 years old.
This is the Indian gurus. They have so much confidence, and it was a part of my training, how to face the stage, how to face the audience, and what to do on the stage. So it's an educational situation. It's an educational journey.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyona Mitra. Just a while back, viewers, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that his country has accepted the ceasefire deal. But how the situation will exactly pan out in the Middle East is something that we are tracking very, very closely. So that and a lot more for you. But first, the headlines at 1 p.m. Hours after ceasefire violation in the Middle East, Netanyahu announces that Israel has accepted a truce deal in its conflict with Iran. Donald Trump makes claim of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate. Israeli Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Beersheba, at least 4 people killed. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad, no casualties reported. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom mission liftoff. And we start with some breaking news coming in. This is Israel's statement that has been released just a while back. Israel has declared the successful completion of Operation Rising Lion, which targeted and neutralized Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities as well as its military infrastructure. Now, the IDF has released a detailed statement saying that the operation achieved complete air control over Tehran, inflicted significant damage to Iran's leadership and destroyed key government and military sites, including eliminating hundreds of Basij operatives and a senior nuclear scientist. Israel, in fact, has gone on to express gratitude to the United States for its support during Operation Rising Lion, and particularly President Trump, and agreed to a bilateral ceasefire with a strong warning of a forceful response in the event of any violations by Iran. That is the big breaking news at the moment, viewers. This is a statement that has been released by Israel in the aftermath of an agreement to a ceasefire deal in the West Asia conflict. And Netanyahu has made it very categorically clear that Israel has achieved all its objectives during Operation Rising Lion, and even far beyond that, in fact. And Israel has, in fact, gone on to say that they have removed a dual immediate existential threat in Iran, both in the nuclear domain and in the ballistic missile domain. This is the first confirmation that we are getting in from Israel that they've agreed to a ceasefire, that a truce deal is in place, and that we have
all the objectives, the military objectives of Israel that have now been achieved. And joining me live is retired Major General G.G. Trivedi. He's a defense expert. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV this afternoon. Straight up, sir, what is your assessment of the situation? And very clearly, even though Israel has said that their military objectives have been achieved, can we really expect to believe that this ceasefire deal will be in place henceforth?
Well, Arnab, after all, the military campaigns are fought with certain very clear-cut aims and objectives. And in this case, Israel started the Operation Rising Line with very clearly stated objectives, that is to cripple Iranian nuclear capacity and also to degrade their military potential. And, well, there were the political aims, which is not come out clearly. Political aims generally are very hazy, possibly a regime change. But I think that was not really on the table right at the moment. So if we see this two very important military objectives, I think Israel has achieved to a large extent, because after all, war is two-sided and it's not a one-way street. And to that extent, Israel has been able to hit their nuclear installations, degrade the capacity, and heavy damage has been caused to the military potential of the Iranians. They lost about 20 very senior generals of the IRGC. And not to forget the American role. The American did come in on 22nd and finished whatever left in the leftover agenda was there as far as the nuclear installations are concerned. So on the Iranian side also, we need to also give them certain amount of credit. They have stood up, they have fought for 12 days, they have caused considerable damage to the Israelis, especially in infrastructure and the civilian population. So when we see that the wars always, they start when the negotiations get deadlocked, and they again, negotiation process start when the two sides so claim that they have achieved the military objectives. So therefore, currently what we see, well, whenever they go on the negotiation table, Iran definitely will go as number two, because their achievements are not at par with what Israel have achieved. Israel will go, in fact, with more cards in their hands on the negotiation table. And overall, the role of America, especially of President Trump, is paramount, because he is the one who actually regulated, controlled, and now called for the cessation of hostilities. That is truce and possibly ceasefire. Now you ask the exact question, will this ceasefire hold? Well, ceasefire are very fragile, because after all, two sides are there. They are seeing each other through the crosshairs of their weapon systems, and it will take some time. But the ceasefire have two important dimensions. Firstly, how they'll be implemented, and after all, who will actually ensure that they are implemented and there's no firing, because as you see today, there is a lot of firing going on. That always happens before the ceasefire. Both sides want to get an edge, but I think in time to come, ceasefire will hold on, and especially if Americans overseeing.
Major General Trivedi, I'm sorry to interrupt you there in between, but I'd like you to stay on with me, because we're getting in more breaking news. Just as we were discussing the possibility of a ceasefire, we are learning that the Israeli Defense Forces have now identified missiles which have been launched from Iran, and this is a fresh barrage of missiles which have been launched towards cities in Israel. In fact, this is a statement that has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces, saying that a short time ago, alerts were activated in northern Israel following the detection of missiles launched from Iran towards the Israeli territory. And the IDF has requested the public to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. And at this time, the Air Force is operating to intercept and strike whatever is necessary to eliminate the threat. So viewers, just as we were discussing how a ceasefire deal has been agreed upon, we are learning that the IDF has now intercepted a fresh barrage of missiles that have been launched from Tehran towards Israel. And we also have retired Major General G.T. Bakshi joining us on this broadcast. Major General Bakshi, How do you read this situation? Because it does not seem like a situation where a truce deal will be in place for a long period of time. And what will it take for Iran to actually come on the negotiating table and accept a truce deal with Israel?
I think strategically, operationally, tactically, it makes a lot of sense for Iran to accept the ceasefire now, go in for a period of at least 5 to 6 months minimum of peace and quiet, so that it can reconsolidate, rebuild its deterrence in terms of air defense, rebuild its capacity in terms of missiles. And if there are reports, media reports to the effect that Iran had been able to take out about 408 kilograms of enriched uranium from Fordow and Natanz and has hidden them elsewhere. They have perhaps survived. All that IAEA says it has no idea of where Iran's enriched uranium is. There was a proposal in the Iranian assembly, in the Majlis, that Iran should withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. They had said this decision be left to Khomeini and the National Supreme Security Council, Command Council as they call it, right? So all that is in the future. Even in the United States, bomb damage assessment has still not come in official of whether the Iranian nuclear capability has been degraded, substantially damaged or destroyed. Each of these has separate connotations. If it is not destroyed emphatically, quite obviously, there is a chance that Iran over a period of time, 1 to 3 years, 5 years, can regenerate this capability. And should that happen, then the Middle East is set for a cycle of repeated bouts of violence. As Iran regenerates its nuclear capability, Israel will again attack it and try and defang it, delay it, degrade it or destroy it. Right? This time with the help of the United States, they have been able to, I would reckon, seriously damage the nuclear capability, not destroy it. So a lot depends on how things will go. I think the ceasefire should hold. There may be initial problems, as happened in the Operation Sindoor. A ceasefire was declared and for 2 days, Pakistan was still firing away. And it took time for the Pakistani DGMO to enforce control. So the same thing could happen here, and especially because the top Iranian IRGC leadership has been decimated. Decision making has slipped down to lower levels of the IRGC, junior levels comparatively of the IRGC, who are hotheads. That is a problem. That is a problem area in the ceasefire. But I think logic-wise, strategic logic, tactical logic, whatever logic you use, it is in Iran's interest to accept the ceasefire now and ensure regime survival. If it needlessly provokes America and Israel to jointly hit it, it is going to take very heavy losses and lead to an open-ended conflict in the Middle East, which nobody wants.
Yes. Major General Bakshi, I'd like you to stay on with us because we are getting, as we speak about this, we are getting in more breaking news that sirens are now sounding across northern Israel due to missile fire from Iran. I beg your pardon. This is an alert that has been issued and activated across northern Israel as we speak. And we're learning that the Israeli Air Force is scrambling to intercept Iranian missiles which have been fired towards northern Israel by Tehran. And we're also learning, this is a statement that is coming from the Israeli finance minister, who has said that Tehran will shake if the ceasefire conditions are not adhered to and agreed upon. right, viewers, those are the visuals on your screen. You can hear the sounds of the air defense system being activated. There are explosions which are being distantly heard in the background. These are sirens that have been sounded across northern Israel barely hours, viewers, barely hours after it was the US who said that a ceasefire deal is in place between the two nations, and after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in fact went on to say that Israel accepts the conditions of the ceasefire and that all their military objectives were achieved during Operation Rising Lion. And now we have these fresh visuals which were coming to you from Israel's commercial capital in Tel Aviv, where sirens are sounding. There's high alert across the city, and the air defense systems have been activated. We have the Israeli Air Force and the Home Front Command issuing a request to the public, asking them to follow their instructions to rush to safety. And the IDF has also gone on to say that the defense is not hermetic, and therefore it is necessary to continue following the instructions of the Home Front Command. And in more news from the Middle East, Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi welcomed Trump's claim of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. He stated that Japan considers the de-escalation of the warlike situation the most important thing. He said that Japan is extremely concerned about any retaliation and continuously hopes that the avenue of dialogue, including talks between America and Iran, will reopen. Stripes of smoke were witnessed this morning in Jerusalem's skyline after missiles were intercepted. US President Donald Trump made an announcement earlier today stating that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire. However, soon after, Iran launched a limited missile attack on a US military base in Qatar in retaliation to the American bombing of its nuclear sites. The status of a possible ceasefire remains unclear as attacks continue. Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson stated that the attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar was not called for, and he condemned it with the most severe words. He said that this attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Qatar and contradicts the principles of good neighborliness. He also added that the attack represents a violation of international law and that the state of Qatar confirms that it holds the right to respond in accordance with international laws. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro warned that the war between Israel and Iran may escalate. He questioned if the United States feels proud of their history with Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan and Libya. He firmly stated, enough of wars, enough of threats of using force, and enough of using military force to destroy the people. Thousands gathered to protest in Athens in Greece over the US strikes on Iran nuclear sites and also Israel's attacks in Gaza. In central Athens, protesters were seen holding signs that read, "Hands off Iran." A protester expressed that people have a duty to strengthen the anti-war movement. Another protester stated that there is an escalation driven by profit and that both the nations, US and Israel, seek greater gains. Israeli military spokesperson Brigadier General Efi Defrin said that the Israel Defense Forces completed the most extensive wave of attacks it has carried out to date in Tehran. He said that as part of the wave of attacks, 50 Air Force fighter jets were used to drop over 100 munitions and attack military targets of the Iranian regime based on high quality and accurate intelligence from Mossad. He stated that Israel focused on attacking headquarters and assets of the internal security apparatus of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. All right, shifting focus to more breaking news coming in. This is a statement from the Israeli finance minister who has said that amid the barrage of Iranian missile attacks after a ceasefire deal was in place, Tehran will be responded to and that Tehran will shake. This is a statement that is coming in from the Israeli finance minister even as sirens have been sounded across northern Israel. Their air defense systems have been activated, and what we're learning is that Iran has launched
a fresh barrage of missiles towards Tel Aviv, thereby essentially violating the ceasefire conditions which Israel agreed upon to just a short while ago. And now it's cabinet minister of the Netanyahu government who has issued a statement, a stern warning to Iran, in fact, saying that in the case of further action, Tehran will shake. And viewers, this is a statement that is coming in even as the IDF has urged all citizens in the city of Tel Aviv, which is Israel's commercial capital, to maintain caution. And even as we learned that a ceasefire deal was agreed upon to, shortly after sirens were sounded across northern Israel and Iran launched a fresh barrage of missile attacks towards Tel Aviv. And I have retired Major General G.G. Dwivedi, defense expert. He's back with us. Sir, we were discussing how Israel has achieved all its military objectives, and experts do reckon that the ceasefire conditions will hold. But then here we have these fresh visuals from Tel Aviv, where the city is now placed on high alert. The IDF has issued warnings to the public, urging them to maintain safety. How do you see this moving forward? And what steps, how do you think the Netanyahu government will respond to this?
Well, I will not see. Ceasefire was announced, it has been agreed to, but it has yet not come in force on the ground. Now, this period when you announce the ceasefire before it gets implemented is a very, very sensitive window. And both sides will try to take advantage so that when they come on the negotiation table, they have a strong cards in their hands. So you will see that this period is very sensitive, and there will be cross-firing, barrages exchange, what we are seeing exactly. But the point is that in principle, both the sides are agreed. I think wisdom is prevailed because Israel largely has achieved its aim. And as far as Iran is concerned, they held on, but they are taking very heavy punishment. So it's only, I think, prudent that their leadership agrees to ceasefire, take a pause, regroup, and also regather themselves, rebalance. Now, this is how the things go on. But the point I'm trying to make is that between the announcement of ceasefire, agreement in principle, implement, there's a window. And this is a state of flux. And you'll see for next a couple of hours or maybe a day that this ceasefire will get violated until it's get implemented. Because please remember, forces on the ground, their fingers on the trigger. And it takes time for the information to percolate and for the war positions to disengage. All that is there on the cards. So therefore, when you look at the battlefield, it's not a push button that you switch on and switch off. It takes time. But I think what we can gather, that both sides have agreed to actually this, implement this ceasefire. But implementing mechanism will take some time. But I think in time to come, this ceasefire will get held on, and two sides will get onto the negotiation table, and that's a different take
Yes.
By itself. Right?
Yes. Right. Sir, please do stay on with us. I also have my colleague Akansha joining me live from the Republic newsroom. Akansha, this is a very strong statement that has been released by the Israeli finance minister saying Tehran will shake. Do take us through the details of the statement and what is it that the Netanyahu cabinet is really mulling?
Well, absolutely. You see, not just the Israeli finance minister, but IDF, Israeli Defense Force, has also said that they have intercepted, they have detected, in fact, the launches from Iran and the ceasefire. This is what they have said. The ceasefire has now collapsed, followed the instruction of the Home Front Command. So clearly, Israeli Defense Forces saying that the ceasefire has collapsed and there are escalating tensions. All this after, since morning, we are seeing attacks by Iran on Israel on Beersheba area, where several residential buildings have been destroyed. 4 people have lost their life. After this, IDF now says that the ceasefire has been violated. They have detected several launches from Iran that are still coming in. So it now appears that the announcement by Donald Trump earlier today, when he said that there will be in fact a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, was in fact it was premature. Many are saying this because now after that we saw that Iran attacked Israel Beersheba area. Remember, not just residential buildings. In the last 1 week there many other places have been destroyed, and now IDF going on to say that ceasefire has been violated. It remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming few hours.
Akansha, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but do stay on with me, because we're learning that the IDF has in fact gone on to say that the ceasefire has now collapsed. That is the big statement that is coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces, who has said that after fresh barrage of missile attacks were launched from Iran, the ceasefire, which was agreed upon just a while back, has now absolutely collapsed. And the IDF has in fact gone on to request the people of Tel Aviv, who are now on target, to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. Viewers, that is the big breaking news coming in. The IDF has confirmed that fresh missiles were launched from Iran, and that the air defense systems, the Israeli air defense systems, are now in place yet again, and that the truce does not stand here onward. All right, slipping into a very short break, we have on the other side, a 10 crore legal notice has been issued against Air India after a passenger claimed of grievous injuries during her travel. And also on the other side of a very quick break, after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX have announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom 4 mission liftoff. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we track that and a lot more for you.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر. مدام
Hours after ceasefire violation in the Middle East, Netanyahu announces that Israel has accepted a truce deal in its conflict with Iran. Donald Trump makes claim of ceasefire between Israel and Iran, pleads both nations to not violate. Siren sound in North Israel as Iran continues launching missiles in violation of the ceasefire. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. $10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom 4 mission.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in after Israel said that Iran has violated the ceasefire. We have, in fact, breaking news coming in that is Iran's Supreme National Security Council will be issuing a statement on ceasefire very soon. Just a while back, Israeli Defense Forces had said that ceasefire has totally collapsed amid the escalating tensions and confirmed that they have detected missiles coming in from Iran. Ever since ceasefire has been announced by Donald Trump, we have been seeing attacks by Iran in Beersheba, where a residential building that you can see on the screen was attacked earlier today. After that, just a while back, IDF, that is Israeli Defense Forces, have said that they have detected missiles coming towards Israel once again, which is a clear violation of the ceasefire. And just in some time, what we're learning is that Iran's Supreme National Security Council will be issuing a statement on the ceasefire. So confusion remains as to whether there's a ceasefire or not. But just a while back, in fact, Donald Trump had announced on social media that ceasefire is in effect. Please do not violate it, is what he had mentioned. But it remains to be seen how well that will reflect on the ground as far as Israel and Iran is concerned. Well, we are just waiting that statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council on the ceasefire. Donald Trump, remember earlier today, after Iran attacked the US air base in Qatar, Donald Trump had announced a ceasefire. After that, still few minutes later, we saw Iran's attack on Beersheba area of Israel. The pictures of that you can see on the screen. Buildings there, residential area, completely damaged in that big attack. 4 people have lost their lives just a while back. In fact, Prime Minister of Israel had announced that they have accepted the ceasefire and the objective of Operation Rising Lion has been achieved. But now the news that we are getting for you is that now IDF, that is Israel Defense Forces, have said that they have detected more missiles coming in from Iran, and this is in complete violation of the ceasefire. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Viren Naidu, who joins us from Doha. In fact, last night we saw the attack in Doha as far as the US air base is concerned. After that ceasefire was announced, Iran attacked Israel. then ceasefire was announced by both the countries. Then now again, Israel is saying that the ceasefire is violated because they have detected the missiles coming in from Iran. So much confusion there as far as this ceasefire is concerned. What are you learning?
Oh, flurry of activity all around, and especially over Doha and Qatar yesterday evening, as we all know. But now the ceasefire is in effect. Though Iran has attacked in southern Israel, but it has come close to the deadline time, which was about 4 a.m. GMT. So, as USA President Donald Trump has already tweeted that he has requested both the parties to respect the ceasefire and respect the deadline. So, that's about it. But now, just now, we are all waiting for the press conference of the Prime Minister of Qatar and the Foreign Minister to brief the media. Press conference is scheduled here in Doha. Just now, it's scheduled to begin any time now.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on that press conference as well. Let me get another breaking news that we are getting in. Stay on with us. The IDF spokesperson has updated that launches from Iran were detected. The ceasefire, as we told you, has collapsed. Follow the instruction of the Home Front Command is the instruction that has come from IDF. So Israel, it appears, is anticipating another attack that could come in from Iran, as they say that they have detected more launches, more missiles coming in towards their territory. Let me once again bring in Vinay Naidu. Vinay, you just a while back, you just told us that there's a press conference slated in Doha as well. Tell us what the situation on the ground is, because as far as Israel and Iran are concerned, there's a lot of confusion there, whether there is ceasefire, whether there isn't. But tell us what is happening there in Doha.
See, Qatar has mediated on behalf of both the parties after the missiles were launched in retaliation to the attacks on Iran. So Iran said it wanted to attack the airbase of the US military here in Qatar, the Al Udeid airbase. So they fired 19 missiles exactly. So out of the 19 missiles, 18 were intercepted. One came down, but there were no casualties or injuries. And the number 19 corresponds, according to them, the number of bombs hit on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran. So that was about it. And then came the closure that this is the end of the war. And Trump later tweeted saying that there has been a ceasefire deal between Israel and Iran. But as we see things unfolding, there are reports that Israel has accepted the ceasefire. Iran has said that if they don't fire, then we will not fire. So as of now, the situation remains still grim, because we don't know. There's a 12-hour window now, starting from 4 a.m. GMT today morning, for Israel not to attack Iran. Okay, so this may be the closure that Iran wants to, hit back, saying that, okay, you had attacked, so we are getting back to you now, and that this is the end of it. Starting now, then there will be another 8 to 9 hours from now. If Israel does not attack Iran, then it would mean that Israel is following the ceasefire directions. So that's the situation for now.
Absolutely. In fact, Vinay, stay on with us. We have breaking news coming in from Qatar. It has sent a letter to UN Secretary General on Iran's attack on Al Udeid airbase yesterday night. In the letter addressed, Qatar has informed the members of the Security Council and the Secretary General of an extremely dangerous escalation that represents a blatant violation of the territorial integrity of the state of Qatar, posing a direct threat to the regional peace and security. So this is a letter that has been sent by Qatar to UN Secretary General after Iran's attack on one of the USA air bases there last night. Vinay, as far as this letter is concerned, do tell us more about this, because yesterday Qatar also said that they were one of the first few countries to speak about the escalation as far as Israel is concerned. They are the ally of Iran, but despite that, we saw that Iran attacked the airbase there. They are saying that this is a great threat to the regional peace and security. Tell us about this letter.
See, Qatar is not an ally of Iran. Qatar maintains that they have neighborly relations with Iran. And Qatar was very clear that the sovereignty of Qatar was attacked when the Al Udeid airbase was attacked. But remember, before Iran launched the attack towards Doha and towards Al Udeid airbase, they informed the Qatar authorities 1 hour in advance that they are going to hit Qatar. And this was because they were very clear that we are entering the Qatar soil, Qatar territory, and hence we need to inform Qatar and also the US authorities that they are going to hit Qatar. So Qatar was in the knowledge that there would be a missile attack on Qatar sometime towards evening, and that happened. And then later Qatar said, but still we reserve the right to respond. Qatar is not saying that it is going to hit back, but it said it reserves the right to respond. So the line is very clear. And after that, soon Qatar itself mediated on behalf of both the parties. And since Qatar has some very good relationship with Iran and other nations, and also it's a soft power, Qatar is known for its diplomacy. And over the years, Qatar has the Hamas is based here. There are n number of other entities, even in Afghanistan, Qatar mediated. And so Qatar continues to play its good role of being a very good diplomatic leader. And that is the soft power Qatar enjoys, though it's a very small country, and it played its part. But now as things are unfolding, we need to wait and see what the Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, who's also the foreign minister, has to say in the upcoming press conference here in Qatar, so that we come to know more.
Absolutely. But after the escalation last night, now Qatar has sought intervention of the United Nations. Thank you so much, Vinay Naidu, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Let's get you more details on this conflict. What we're learning is that Japan has now welcomed Trump's claim of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Chief Cabinet Secretary has said that we welcome President Trump's ceasefire announcement and strongly hope it to be implemented. He also reiterated Tokyo's position on the issue of West Asia escalation. He went on to say that peace and stability in the Middle East region is extremely important for Japan as well. We will continue working with the international community, is what he said, engaging in any diplomatic efforts necessary. This is a big statement that has come from Japan. They have welcomed Trump's claim of ceasefire between Iran and Israel. But on the other hand, we are seeing, in fact, that Israel has said that ceasefire has been violated.
このような観点から今般のトランプ大統領の停戦の発表を歓迎しており、これが実施に移されていくことを強く期待をいたします。中東地域の平和と安定は我が国にとっても極めて重要であり、国際社会とも連携して我が国として必要なあらゆる外交的努力を引き続き行ってまいります。
With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, explosions also heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualty has been reported so far. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. We'll tell you about two of these stories after this very short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
देगी मिरज, MDH की देगी मिरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिरज।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost.
Welcome back. Now, Operation Sindhu has been bringing back Indians stranded in the Middle East on a war footing. The latest Indian Air Force C-17 flight with 165 Indians landed in the national capital today. Here's more.
Operation Sindhu has come as a major relief for all the Indians stranded in the conflict zone. Tuesday morning, an Indian Air Force C-17 aircraft carrying 165 Indians from Israel landed in Delhi's Palam Airport. The flight landed at 8:45 a.m. after they were evacuated from Jordan. The passengers were welcomed at the airport by Union Minister L. Murugan and other Indian Air Force officers.
Today, the second aircraft from Israel came here. Almost 165 passengers are landed here. We welcome to them, and these 165 passengers from various 22 states, they are all students and various work they are doing. Our government's priority, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's priority is to that wherever the war situation is there, our Indians and our Indian diaspora people are struck to evacuate. Our priority, our Prime Minister's priority to evacuate them to safely to our nation.
Speaking to the media, the Indian nationals who were brought back thanked the central government for ensuring their safety during such uncertain times.
ऑल ओवर इज़राइल में तो उतनी अच्छी नहीं थी बिकॉज हम देख रहे थे, बट एट माई प्लेस इट वॉज मच सेफ़र. वहाँ पे सायरन्स सुनने को मिले थे, बट जो भी था वो इंटरसेप्शन हो रहा था.
Some of the passengers also expressed happiness over their evacuation experience. The conflict between Israel and Iran began on June 13th when the former launched a massive airstrike on Iranian military and the nuclear sites, codenamed as Operation Rising Lion.
It's just my connection with the world is entirely, purely with the sound only. Because through sound, I can't manipulate. I only communicate through sound, through music. You see, I was never good in my school. I was not good in mathematics. But in my music, I was using mathematics. All that, this is all mathematics. So I could do that. So we create castles in the air. You see, you can't see music, you can't see rhythm, like you can't see God. So it's a precious gift of God.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯。
Welcome back. Now we have more breaking news coming in. As far as the conflict in Israel and Iran is concerned, what we're learning is that Qatar has summoned the Iranian ambassador condemning the missile attack. This is breaking news that we're getting for you. Qatar has summoned the Iranian ambassador on Tuesday after Iran attacked the major US military base on the Qatari soil following American strikes on the nuclear facilities. The foreign ministry has expressed the strong condemnation of the attack and repeated that it retains the right to respond to the violations. So this is a statement as far as Qatar is concerned. They have summoned the Iranian ambassador. With this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right after with more details as far as the conflict is concerned. Keep watching Republic TV.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Donald Trump had said that there is a ceasefire, but just a while back, Israeli Defense Forces have said that the ceasefire has been violated. We'll give you more details on this, but first, as always, the headlines. Ceasefire deal in the Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls flat after Trump claims to successfully mediate. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 have been killed. Explosions heard in Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualty has been reported so far. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announces June 25th, that is tomorrow, as the new date for Axiom 4 mission liftoff. Let's give you details as far as the conflict in Israel and Iran are in fact concerned. Remember, yesterday there were attacks on the US military bases in Qatar. Qatar has now summoned the Iranian ambassador to condemn the missile attack. This also comes as Qatar has formally addressed the United Nations, sending a letter to Secretary General and the President of the Security Council regarding a missile attack by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps on the Al Udeid air base yesterday. In the letter, Qatar has condemned the attack as a dangerous escalation and a violation of the territorial integrity, posing a direct threat to regional peace and security. The missiles were intercepted successfully by the air defenses there, but now it has requested the matter to be circulated among the Security Council members and issued a official, in fact, document on the same. So this is as far as Qatar is concerned. Yesterday, remember, there were attacks on the US military bases there, and after that, they had very clearly mentioned that they have all the right to respond back. They're not taking this very lightly. They have issued summon to the Iranian ambassador and has also written to the United Nations for an action as far as these attacks are concerned. And moving on, we have a statement that has come from Israeli Defense Minister. He has instructed the IDF to intensify the strikes against Iran after the ceasefire violation. The minister has said, and I quote, "In the light of the absolute violation of the ceasefire declared by the US President by Iran and the launching of missiles towards Israel, and in accordance with the Israeli government's policy to respond forcefully to any violation, I instructed the IDF in coordination with the Prime Minister to continue the intense strike activity in Tehran to neutralize the regime targets and the terrorist infrastructure in Tehran." This is the statement that has come from Israeli Defense Minister. All this after Iran, remember, earlier today attacked the Beersheba area of Israel, where a building, in fact several buildings there were damaged. 4 people have lost their life. Now Israel is saying that they will respond back and they will respond powerfully, and he has said that I have instructed the Israeli Defense Forces in coordination with the Prime Minister to continue the intense strike activity in Iran to neutralize the regime targets and the infrastructure there as well. In fact, on your screens, you can see these are the fresh visuals that are coming in from Tel Aviv. Sirens have sounded off there. There you can see that Israel there is anticipating attacks by Iran. In fact, just a while back, IDF had said that they have detected missiles coming in from Iran to Israel, and these are the visuals that we are getting for you from the ground. That is Tel Aviv. area of Israel where the fresh Iranian strikes are in fact underway. Sirens have been sounded after clearly the ceasefire has completely collapsed. So as you can see in the visuals, you can hear these sirens being sounded there, and this is clearly a violation of the ceasefire. Remember earlier, Donald Trump had said that there's a ceasefire. Iran after that attacked the Beersheba area of Israel. Israel after that said that they have accepted the ceasefire, but just a while back they said that they have detected missiles coming in from Iran and said that ceasefire has completely collapsed, and they will be in fact hitting back, and there will be intense strike activity in Tehran as well. So Iran in fact is also on alert mode because Israel will be hitting back. Let me go across to Ariella Rosenthal, who's live from Ashdod in Israel. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now we are learning that again there in fact missiles have been detected over Israel. Once again, clear violation of the ceasefire. Would you agree?
Well, of course, I'm not surprised. We were dealing here with a theme, an ideology, and a history that with the Iranian and Iran itself. So I'm not surprised at all. They always try to be and on something, but their actions say something else. Over 24 hours, that suddenly they will want to be a threat and continue the hostility towards the citizens of the Strait of Israel, targeting direct citizens, mosques, people in the north of Israel, side by side, the Muslim community and the Arab, and everybody's tolerantly one another. And once again, they're trying to demonstrate that they not want Israel to be exist. So I'm not surprised.
Absolutely. You are live with us from Ashdod, which is around 80 kilometers away from Beersheba. Let me, in fact, give more details as far as the attacks there are concerned. Please stay on with us. What we are learning is that at least 5 people lost their life in Israel's Beersheba after Iranian ballistic missiles hit an apartment on Tuesday. In fact, we'll be showing you those visuals of the destruction. Several others were also reported to be injured in the missile attack. Sirens were sounded in Israel due to missile launch from Iran. The IDF also confirmed that Iran has launched 3 missiles within 1 hour on Tuesday morning. The Iranians' attack come after United States announced a ceasefire with Iran. Trump claimed that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and a total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack Monday on the military base in Qatar. So these are the visuals that you can see on the screen. This is from Beersheba, which is in Israel. Earlier today, there were a missile attack on this very location. You can see on the visual how this complete destruction buildings have totally been destroyed. There, 4 people have lost their lives. Several, we are learning, have received injuries as well. Very concerning visuals coming in from Israel. So these are the visuals of the rescue operation there in Beersheba, where the residential buildings have taken a hit. You can see that the rescue operation is currently also underway. Several people have been brought out. 4 people have lost their lives. Several others have received injuries. And this is quite concerning because this comes after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire between the 2 nations. Iran, after that, launched this big attack on this area of Israel. In fact, we have a statement coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has confirmed that in response to the ceasefire violation, the IDF will respond with full force. They have said that there will be intense strike activity in Tehran as well. So the situation is not normal. Once again, ceasefire has completely collapsed as far as the 2 nations are concerned. Let me once again bring in Ariella. As I was saying that the location I was talking about, Beersheba, is hardly 80 kilometers from where you are. We are seeing massive destruction there. 4 people have lost their life and ceasefire has completely collapsed. What do you think went wrong? Because Donald Trump earlier today, he said that there is a ceasefire. Just a while back, again, he said that please follow the ceasefire. He instructed both the nations. Then what do you think went wrong between the two nations? And why is this happening once again?
Well, Israel agreed to the ceasefire by the Turkey and was supposed to go according to what was agreed. But we woke up a couple of hours after the announcement with missiles, ballistic missiles launched from Iran on the state of Israel, once again, throughout major cities in Israel, if it's in the north, if it's in the south. And this is our reality. I don't think that any country in the world would accept ballistic missiles being targeted on civilians in their country. Of course, not in India, not in the US. So, of course, Israel will not accept such a situation. And we will stand fit and strong in the home front command. So my government will, of course, deal with the head of the snake once and for all. And I think for everybody, once this regime will be eliminated there will be more Middle East that will be stable. And of course, the whole world will have a better future.
Absolutely, and it remains to be seen how it pans out, but this is a clear violation of the ceasefire, as was in fact brokered by US President Donald Trump. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. I request you to stay on with us. This is as far as Iran is concerned. They have said they have denied claims of a ceasefire violation and have said that the news of fresh missile launched towards Israel is completely false. This is a statement that has come from Iran. They have said that the fresh missile attacks and the news of it is completely false, Ariala. But on the other hand, we are seeing that sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv. There has been destruction in Beersheba. On the other hand, now Iran is coming out and denying this. They're denying the sirens that are going on. They are denying the damage to the building, loss of 4 lives. They're saying that all of this is false.
Well, this is the merely rhetoric for years of this terrorist regime. I don't know what to expect of the regime, the lies, the continued strategic plan to eliminate the state of Israel, the Jewish people. We have dealt with this ideology of terrorism for so many decades. And of course, if it's not directly from Iran, then it's directly by the Hamas, by the Houthis, by the Hezbollah. Look what's going on in Gaza, 20 kilometers from my city. So I'm asking the world, open your eyes. Until when? Terror is terror. And it's about time that the Western world and the world will understand that Iran will not continue as before. And it's about time also that I turn to the Iranian people. This is the future that you want for your people. Please open your eyes. They've been brainwashed for so many years by this regime. So I'm not, I don't cry anymore. It's just, I pity the situation. The state of Israel is in the Middle East, and but Israel will stand and first, and we will finish the regime, I think, for the consistence of the state of Israel.
Absolutely. And one more question before I let you go, and this is the breaking news that we are getting for you. Iran has also said that Israel has to accept the defeat and stop the aggression. This is what Iran has said, that Israel will now have to unilaterally accept the defeat and stop the aggression as far as this conflict is concerned. So, Ariala, how do you see this statement that has come in? Do you think Israel, your country, will be accepting the defeat? Because just a while back, it was said that all the target under Operation Rising Lion have been achieved. And this is a big success for Israel as well, because they have destroyed the nuclear facilities. And that was the main focus of both Israel and the United States. But now Iran saying that Israel will have to accept the defeat and stop the aggression. How do you see this statement coming in from Iran?
Israel has, of course, accepted to the ceasefire because Israel's immediate existential threat of the nuclear and ballistic missiles. Yesterday, also, they took army symbols of the regime. But I'm asking once again, what will happen with Iran when it continues to launch on the state of Israel, on citizens, and deliberately kill the people of Israel and the Jewish people? If somebody thinks that Israel will sit aside and let them try to continue devastating the country and my state, then they are wrong. My country will not allow this situation to continue. So I am sure that in the near future, there will be a change in what was maybe not the objective of the operation. But I think, this is my personal, of course, perspective, that Israel needs to eliminate immediately the head of the regime, and sooner will be better for stability in the Middle East.
Well, absolutely remains to be seen whether there will be a regime change in Iran or not. But thank you so much for putting things and this entire conflict as far as Iran and Israel in perspective. Now, let's tell you more about this conflict. Iran has launched a missile operation targeting U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to United strikes on the nuclear facilities. This merely hours before Donald Trump announced the success of the so-called ceasefire deal. Here's more.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, global embarrassment for Donald Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after he claimed to successfully mediate. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction seen in Beersheba. 4 people have lost their life. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
La ilaha illallah. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
Major police encounter at Delhi Haryana border. In fact, what we're learning is that the most wanted gangster Romil Vora has been shot dead earlier today. He was wanted in several cases, including murder cases as well. Here's more.
An encounter was successfully carried out by the Haryana police and the Delhi special cell, leading to the killing of a most wanted gangster. Acting on a tip-off, the joint police team cordoned off an area near the Delhi-Haryana border. As they closed in, accused Vora reportedly opened fire, and the police fired back. He was critically injured in the exchange and later died at the hospital. 2 officers also sustained injuries during the gunfight. 22-year-old Romil Vora was one of the members of the Kala Rana Noni Rana gang. He was the main accused in at least 4 murders, including a recent killing in Yamunanagar in Haryana. He had a 2 lakh rupees bounty on his head and was linked to a 2024 triple murder, facing charges of extortion, armed robbery and more across the state.
ये मंडी गांव का ये पूरा जंगल का एरिया है जहाँ पे जब मुठभेड़ होती है, जब पुलिस को ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है, जब हरियाणा एसटीएफ की बात करें या दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल जो इंटेलिजेंस टीम है, जब उनको जानकारी मिलती है कि इस इलाकों में, इन्हीं इलाकों में रोमिल वोहरा की मौजूदगी है और उनकी तरफ से जब सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है तो इन जंगलों में वो छुपने की ज़रूर कोशिश करता है, लेकिन सारी कोशिशें उसकी नाकाम हो जाती है और मुठभेड़ के दौरान रोमिल वोहरा को मार गिराया जाता है। यानी जो भी पुलिस प्रशासन की टीम है, एसटीएफ की टीम है या इंटेलिजेंस की टीम है, केवल उनकी ही गाड़ियों को अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि और कई सुराग जो है वो भी अब जो है इस एनकाउंटर के बाद सुराग मिलेंगे कि आखिर मंडी गांव में रोमिल वोहरा क्या कर रहा था, किससे मिलने आया था, क्या उसके सदस्य, उसके गैंग के कोई और सदस्य भी यहाँ रहते हैं। इन तमाम कड़ियों पर जो है वो टीम जांच करेगी।
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, explosions have been heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties have been reported so far. We'll also tell you about how after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX has announced June 25th as the new date for the Axiom-4 mission liftoff. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakta Mishra with you. The tensions in West Asia escalate. Remember, there was news of a ceasefire, but it seems that it has been violated. We'll get you all the latest on that, but first, the headlines. Ceasefire deal in West Asia collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attack. Global embarrassment for Donald Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after Trump claims to successfully mediate. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries. And a drone star explosion heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. And 10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. And we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Iran has now released images that shows the wreckage of multiple downed F-35 jets, likely the Israeli Adir variants, claiming to have destroyed them during its retaliatory missile strike against Israel military facilities. So this is the F-35 fighter jet. They are, of course, American jet, but in the Israeli version. And Iran has said that this is the evidence of the destroyed F-35 fighters. And on your screens is the image, the video that has been released by the Iranians. And Iran shows that how it has downed the F-35 jet. And remember, this is what they say that has been a result of their retaliatory missile strikes against Israeli military facilities. So Iran has been claiming for a long time that it shot down Israeli F-35 stealth fighters. But, remember, the F-35 is a stealth jet. It is known to have high efficiency. It's something that is said to be undetectable. But Iran has now offered evidence in the form of this video. And there were many questions for the longest time that did Iran really down the F-35, because it's called the world's top warplane. F-35 is the top warplane. It's the top fighter jet, known to be at least. And Iran says it has shot down the Israel's prized F-35I Adirs. This is the stealth jet that is the West deems it untouchable. And in fact, so as I was continuing to speak and I was telling that Israel had earlier denied any loss of the F-35, but Iran now has said that it has these videos of those parts, the downed aircraft. And with that, viewers, we move on to some more breaking news coming in right now. Iran has now denied claims of a ceasefire violation and has said that the news of fresh missile launched towards Israel is false. Now, Iran's Supreme National Security Council denies the missile firing on Israel after ceasefire, vowing resolute response to the act of aggression. And this is the breaking news we have right now. Israeli Defense Minister Israel cuts orders intense strike on Tehran, remember. But as United States, we saw how Trump had again announced a ceasefire, thumping his chest about the ceasefire. But it was so short-lived. We saw the Israeli strikes, we saw the Iranian strike. But Iran right now has said that the news of Iran firing missiles is false. So these are Iranian strikes in Tel Aviv, and sirens were sounded in Tel Aviv. But Iran says these are false news. This is false news, says Iran. And in fact, we'll get more details on that short-lived ceasefire. My colleague Akanksha is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Akanksha, well, we do get visuals from Tel Aviv that the sirens are blaring all across Tel Aviv. There were reports of fresh strikes, but Iran now says that this is all false news, that it has not violated the ceasefire, while we do get reports from both the countries hitting each other.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you look at the visuals since morning, there have been several attacks by Iran on different places. In fact, let's talk about Beersheba first, where a residential area was damaged. There are several buildings, and we've been showing our viewers those visuals of the buildings being destroyed. 4 people have lost their life. And despite that, now Iran has come out and said that those fresh missile launch news towards Israel is completely false. They have denied claims of a ceasefire violation as well. In fact, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has denied missile fire on Israel after ceasefire, and they have said they will be responding to the act of aggression. So it remains to be seen how Israel reacts to this. But if we look at the visuals that are coming in fact, in Tel Aviv, the sirens, as you also said, are blaring there. There is the area is on high alert. IDF just a while back had said that they have detected several missiles coming towards Israel. So going by that, it appears, it remains to be seen how Israel responds to the statement that has come from Iran, where they have denied launching these missiles. And in fact, as far as the ceasefire violation is also concerned, they have denied the claims of the ceasefire violation as well, Rakshita.
Right, to stay on with us, we also have a statement coming in from the Chief of General Staff who has confirmed that in response to the ceasefire violations, the IDF will respond with force. This is the reaction coming in from Israel's Chief of General Staff, saying that in response to the ceasefire violations, the Israeli Defense Forces are going to respond with force. So Israel is very clear that there is no aggression that will go unretaliated, unresponded. So we see that the war of words, Akanksha, still continues, the war of warnings continues, and so do the strikes.
Well, absolutely. But as far as the ceasefire is concerned, there's still no clarity. IDF on one hand says that ceasefire has been completely violated. Iran says that they have not launched any missile. That the news that of the missile attack on Israel is completely false. So the ground situation is very confusing right on. On the other hand, Donald Trump has in fact told both the countries to follow the ceasefire. In fact, just a while back, he had put out on social media that the ceasefire is in effect, but on ground we cannot see that. In Israel's Beersheba, the building has been completely damaged. There are in fact sirens blaring off in Tel Aviv as well. Israel on the other hand said that they will be in fact retorting to this escalation as far as Iran's missile attacks are concerned. So there's a lot of confusion on the ground as far as this current situation is concerned. It remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming hour, Rakshita.
Right. Thanks so much, Akash, for joining us with those details coming in on the story. Because meanwhile, we track some more updates coming in from West Asia. The IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi has said that resuming cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency is key to achieving a successful agreement, and he has formally proposed a meeting with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi to advance the nuclear diplomacy. This is the breaking news we have right now. And right now we will talk about what has this is the IAEA, and is now calling for another meeting We have the challenges, of course, before IAEA, as there have been attacks after attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. And Iran, remember, had been threatening to consider suspending of cooperation with the nuclear watchdog, that is the IAEA. All right, we are being joined by Colonel Tribhuvan Tyagi. He's the defense expert. He's joining us on the broadcast. Colonel Tyagi, I want to understand from you that what is the situation unfolding as in your from your perspective, because this is another ceasefire that has collapsed, that Trump had thumped his chest on. How do you see this development? Because right after the announcement, we see strikes, back-to-back strikes from both the sides.
No, back-to-back reaction has been seen from both Iran as well as Israel, but I think it has stopped. It is not continuing. It is not continuing, and this ceasefire I consider is an opportunity for Iran, and it is a compulsion for Israel. Compulsion for Israel because America has gone out of its way, and he has helped Israel in giving GBU-257 and B-2 bombers for the Fordo nuclear plant in Iran. So this was something which even the Congress of America had not authorized Donald Trump. He did it for Israel, and for Israel it is compulsion that whatever now Donald Trump says, he will have to agree. But as far as Iran is concerned, I say it is an opportunity. Reasons are two. Number one, the air defense system of Iran were diminished and were destroyed to such an extent that Israel could establish 100% air superiority in the skies of Iran. And Israel could hit any target at will. So Iran has started feeling weak, number one. Number two, none of the countries came to his rescue actually in actual terms or in real terms. And then he committed a mistake. He committed a strike on the military base of America in Qatar, expecting that Qatar will come to his help, and he said that Qatar is my friend, he is my neighbor to me, and I am not attacking Qatar, I am only attacking the military base of America. But Qatar retaliated, and Qatar said that no, it is a breach of my sovereignty, it is a breach of my airspace, and I will retaliate. This made Iran to rethink that if this is the response of Qatar, then similar going to be the response of all other Middle East countries, the so-called Muslim countries. None of them will come with me, and even the greater powers are not coming with me. And as far as China is concerned, China is not in a position to come with me. Then what to do? Then to save.
Right, sir. Colonel Tribhuvan Tyagi, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast with those updates coming in. Now we have some more updates coming in, viewers, more breaking news coming in right now. At least 5 people have lost their lives in Israel's Beersheba after an Iranian ballistic missile hit an apartment on Tuesday. Several others were also reported to be injured in the missile attack, and sirens were sounded in Israel due to a missile launch from Iran. The IDF also confirmed that Iran launched 3 missiles within an hour on Tuesday morning. Iranian attacks come after United States President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire with Iran, and Trump claims that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack on Monday on a U.S. military base in Qatar. So that's the breaking news. We have the strikes in Beersheba once again. One after the other, we see Beersheba, that's a civilian area that is being targeted. You can see the destruction depicted in those images. And in the devastation there, 5 civilians have been killed in these strikes by Iran. And you can see how the first responders are combing through the debris. There are children, there are civilians who have been affected, viewers. The children are being rescued from that building in Beersheba. We've seen this area being on the target of the Iranians, and the Home Command front conducting rescue operations in Israel's Beersheba. So the scenes of destruction in a civilian area in Israel as a ceasefire collapsed. Now, Iraq has ramped up security in Baghdad, the green zone, after U.S. airstrikes on Iran. The Iraqi security forces have deployed the SWAT teams and armored vehicles in the green zone, particularly heavily in areas near the U.S. embassy. Now, temporary cordons were established around the diplomatic premises, barring access of the unauthorized personnel. So there you have the visuals coming in of the strike in a Taji military base in Iraq, in Baghdad, and Iran. You can clearly see that this is a huge explosion that took place. Iraq ramping up the security in Baghdad's a green zone over there. And sirens have been sounded in northern Israel as well as we speak. So the retaliation continues. Iran has struck the Taji military base in Iraq. It also struck the air base in Qatar last night as well. All right, now viewers, at the centenary celebration of the historic conversation between Sri Narayan Guru and Mahatma Gandhi, Prime Minister Modi lauded Operation Sindoor. He says, and I quote, "Recently the world saw India's capability and made India's stance on terrorism very clear." Here's more.
हाल में दुनिया ने ये भी देखा है कि भारत का सामर्थ्य क्या है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की कठोर नीति को दुनिया के सामने एकदम स्पष्ट कर दिया है। हमने दिखा दिया है कि भारतीयों का खून बहाने वाले आतंकियों के लिए कोई भी ठिकाना सुरक्षित नहीं है। साथियों, आज का भारत देश हित में जो भी हो सकता है और जो भी सही है उसके हिसाब से कदम उठाता है। आज सैन्य जरूरतों के लिए भी भारत की विदेशों पर निर्भरता लगातार कम हो रही है। हम डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर हो रहे हैं और इसका प्रभाव हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान भी देखा है। हमारी सेनाओं ने भारत में बने हथियारों से दुश्मन को 22 मिनट में 22 मिनट में घुटने टेकने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। मुझे विश्वास है आने वाले समय में मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों का डंका पूरी दुनिया में बजेगा।
Time for a short break, viewers, but it's a global embarrassment for Trump. We couldn't tell you how, as the truce has just collapsed. The truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after Trump claimed to successfully mediate. And Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Beersheba, 5 civilians killed. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail, civilians must be protected, safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر مدام مدام
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तान के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 3 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceasefire that Donald Trump had announced unilaterally has completely collapsed. The ceasefire that Trump had announced was collapsed. Remember, just 2.5 hours its announcement, and the escalation is only and only intensifying. We're getting you a close watch on that with more breaking news updates on that raging conflict. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Ceasefire deal in the Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after Donald Trump claimed to successfully mediate. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel. Massive destruction in Beersheba. 4 killed. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties have been reported. 10 crore legal notice against Air India after passenger claims previous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25 as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the conflict between Israel and Iran is only escalating, and this even after the ceasefire was announced unilaterally by the United States President Donald Trump. Now, in a fresh breaking news, Iran has issued a statement following the ceasefire. Iran's Supreme National Security Council has hailed what it calls the unity and resistance of its people, saying it shattered the enemy's core strategy. The council praised the Iranian Ahmad forces for what it described as a devastating response to Israel's aggression carried out under the direct orders of the supreme leader. So that's a big statement that's coming in where Iran has completely denied the missile strikes. Remember, they have issued a statement following the ceasefire that was announced by the United States President Donald Trump. Iran's Supreme National Security Council, we learn, has hailed what it calls the unity and resistance of its people, saying it shattered the enemy's core strategy. The council has praised the Iranian armed forces for what it describes as a devastating response to Israel's aggression carried out under the direct orders of the supreme leader. Netanyahu, remember, had earlier also issued a statement. Iran now retaliating to that, saying that Iran has been successful in hitting the core of the enemy. Meanwhile, we move across to other breaking news that's coming in, where Iran has released first images of downed Israeli F-35 fighters. Now, Iran says that the documented evidence shows how they destroyed the F-35 fighters, a devastating blow to the Western military prestige, especially the European allies. Remember, this was the claim that was given out by Iran. However, they have now released pictures of which are there on your screen, where there can be debris that have been seen that are claimed to be of the F-35 fighter jet. Iran says that this is the evidence of the destroyed F-35 fighter jets that they have completely decimated. These are the first images of the downed Israeli F-35 fighter, is what Iran claims. They have also said that this documented evidence shows how the F-35 fighters were completely destroyed, and it served as a devastating blow to the Western military prestige, especially the European allies. Nick, my colleague, is joining me live from Tel Aviv. Nick, we learned that the ceasefire collapsed 2.5 hours after the Donald Trump administration had announced it. Beersheba is one of the worst hit places today, where 4 people have been killed. How is the situation on ground like? Because what we did learn a few minutes back is that there were sirens sounded in northern Israel as well.
Yes, that's right. It took just 3.5 hours for Iran to fire towards the Israeli cities again. But this time it was just 2 rockets, and the Israeli defense system intercepted them, so there are no casualties. Iranians on their official TV denying that they were the ones that set sent those rockets. And Israeli politicians from the right wing already saying that Iran should pay a price and Israel can't leave it at this stage of the ceasefire, and they need to respond for this violation of the ceasefire. That's why now maybe Israel will resume some attacks in Iran, but it's not clear cut, it's not sure, because the US and Donald Trump put all their prestige on this ceasefire. Trump already announced that this is a done deal. So that's why I don't think Netanyahu will want to do something to harm Trump's word. And maybe this cycle of violence will end, and probably many Israelis hope that the ceasefire will sustain and that the war with Iran is concluded. Back to you.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you very much for sharing those details with us. We will keep coming back to you when there are breaking updates on this top story. But for now, we move across to the other breaking news that's coming in. Our tensions are high in Iraq after the United States airstrikes on Iran. Now, Baghdad has ramped up security in the green zone with SWAT teams and armored vehicles that have been deployed near the U.S. Embassy. Over 500 U.S. Embassy staff have reportedly been evacuated. Now, the Iraqi Prime Minister has condemned the United States for violating Iraqi airspace and urged the UN to act. Protests have also broken out as Iraq reassesses its ties with the United States. The picture is now coming out as that the United States has been completely sidelined. Remember, Donald Trump, who claimed to have brokered the ceasefire between Israel and Iran, has seemed to have completely failed in his attempt to brokerage a peace tie between the arch rivals Israel and Iran. He claimed that on his social media post this morning that a ceasefire deal has been cracked and that both sides will not retaliate. However, neither Iran nor did Israel acknowledge it, and now we see that the ceasefire has been completely collapsed. And with the collapsing of the ceasefire, remember there are strikes and counter-strikes that have taken place, followed by both Iran and Israel vowing for revenge, saying that they will not back down. We also learned that Donald Trump has said that he will talk about negotiations with Iran. However, it remains to be seen on how far will Iran take this to, on how far will Israel take this to. We also are tracking other updates on this top story. Let's have a quick check of the other stories that are making round in the Israel-Iran conflict. Now, Tehran has launched a missile operation targeting the United States military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to the United States strike on its nuclear facilities. This comes merely hours after Donald Trump announced the success of a so-called ceasefire. Here is all that you need to know about this.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
All right, we have a huge statement that's coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has now confirmed that in response to the ceasefire violations, the Israeli Defense Force will respond with force. That's a huge statement that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, have given out to Iran in regard with the collapse of the ceasefire, saying that Israel will respond to Iran with full force. Remember, it was just late last night when Iran had launched attack on United States' military bases in Qatar and Iraq as well. The Iranian Foreign Ministry had then said that they will not bow down, and in regard with the same, the Israeli Defense Force just a few seconds back have released a huge statement saying that in response to the ceasefire violations by Iran, the Israeli Defense Force will respond with full force. So nowhere does this war, the conflict, seems to have an end. All right, remember there have been fresh Iranian strikes in Tel Aviv, Haifa and other places as well. Beersheba has been the worst hit place in Israel, where there were reports of 4 people that have already been killed in the missile attack that was fired by Iran, and this came just few hours after Donald Trump had announced the ceasefire, thereby completely violating the ceasefire. So Iran is the one who is not listening to Donald Trump after he had unilaterally announced ceasefire, and both sides have now vowed for revenge. More breaking news coming in this regard, where we learned that Israel has now said that it has intercepted over 15 UAVs that have been launched from Iran. Now, this happened overnight. Remember, yesterday we got to the visuals where there were multiple missiles that were fired by Iran on United States military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Now we learn that Israeli Defense Forces have confirmed that it has intercepted, in fact, over 15 UAVs that were launched from Iran. Let's also have a quick check of the other stories that are making headlines as far as the Iran-Israel conflict is concerned. Iranian state television reported that a ceasefire came into force at 7:30 a.m. local time. Meanwhile, Israel warned the public of a new missile barrage launched from Iran. This comes after the announcement made by the President Trump. 165 Indian evacuees on board IAF C-17 flight from Israel landed in Delhi Palam Airport today. The aircraft landed at around 8:45 a.m. in the national capital from Amman, Jordan. MOS Dr. L. Murugan received the Indian citizens upon their arrival at the national capital. United States President Donald Trump, in a post on his Truth Social account, confirmed the ceasefire and commented, "The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it." And look at the irony. Just few hours after that is when the ceasefire has been completely collapsed. Israel Emergency Services say the death toll in the Beersheba strike has risen to at least 8 people. The direct hit in the largest city in southern Israel comes hours after the Trump administration had announced the ceasefire. And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get to the details of how Air India has been slapped with a 10 crore legal notice, and we'll tell you the reasons why. Also after the break is The new launch date for the AX4 mission, that is tomorrow. What preparations are to be done? All those details coming after a short break. A huge moment for India where Shubhanshu Shukla will finally take off in the AX4 mission. All those details coming up right after a short break.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost.
Ladies and gentlemen, India is set to make history. After 7 delays, the AX4 mission carrying Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will finally take off tomorrow, the most awaited moment for every Indian. We are getting you all the details in this report. Watch this.
After 7 delays, the AX4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The AX4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Here's a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. The first flight with a batch of 165 Indian nationals evacuated from Israel landed in the national capital today. The MEA official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal stated that the Israel leg of Operation Sindhu began yesterday and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving in India today. The evacuees were received by MOS Pratibha at the airport. One Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said he could hear sirens while he was living and seeing the missiles in the sky. He thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As a part of Operation Sindhu, 292 Indian nationals were evacuated from Iran on a special flight that arrived in New Delhi from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal shared a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought home from Iran. On the night of 23rd June, Maoists attacked the road construction site in the Jorkhat area. We learn that this was at the Hazaribagh district. At around 30 to 35 armed people were there on the spot and the security forces have foiled the event. After a flood-like situation was witnessed in Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration conducted a rescue operation, Danger Across. Following continuous rainfall in the region, the State Disaster Response Force have evacuated 29 people and many more others who have been safely moved to the safe shelters. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra. The mock drill was held at Integrated Command and Control Center of the Town Police Station complex for orderly and safe completion of the Yatra. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has chaired a key meeting on the three-language policy. Here are all the details that you need to know about the key meeting that was chaired by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis just today.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis chaired a meeting at his official residence in South Mumbai late last night. The meeting was chaired over the implementation of the three-language formula. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, School Education Minister Dada Bhuse and Minister of State Dr. Pankaj Bhoyer were present. An in-depth discussion was held on the new education policy. The meeting saw the status of all states to ensure that Marathi students are not disadvantaged under the policy. Furthermore, it was resolved in the meeting that all stakeholders must be consulted. Stakeholders include Marathi language scholars, literateurs, and political leaders. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis further said that a final decision will be made only after this consultation process is completed.
It's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll get to the details of how the ceasefire deal in the Middle East has completely collapsed as sirens have been sounded across northern Israel. Also after the break is how Trump is facing global embarrassment as the truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam, madam.
It's just my connection with the world is entirely, purely with the sound only. Because through sound, I can't manipulate. I only communicate through sound, through music. You see, I was never good in my school. I was not good in mathematics. But in my music, I was using mathematics. All that this is all mathematics. So I could do that. So we create castles in the air. You see, you can't see music, you can't see rhythm, like you can't see God. So it's a precious gift of God.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking landmarks. I'm Misha with you. Republic TV is tracking minute-by-minute developments from West Asia as the ceasefire has been short-lived. It has collapsed. We'll get you all the latest updates and the reactions coming in. But first, the headlines. Ceasefire deal in the Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after Trump claims to successfully mediate. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Beersheba, 4 killed. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad, no casualties reported. ₹10 crore legal notice against, ₹10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June, that is tomorrow, as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. All eyes on Indian astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's. Just hours before a ceasefire between Israel and Iran began, Israel airstrikes hit Tehran. Now, this show this program right now on the capital skyline early Tuesday. Ceasefire brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump was meant to hold a 12-day war, but the truce faltered almost immediately, with both sides trading fresh fire. Israel accused Iran of violating the agreement, while Tehran denied launching missiles. Sirens rang out in northern Israel as tensions spiked once again. So there you have Tehran hitting just hours before the ceasefire was announced. But even the ceasefire has been short-lived. And in fact, Iran goes on to claim that F-35... But of course, there is no means to verify it yet. It's only Iran who itself has released that image. But what's more important is that the ceasefire, which Trump has claimed he has been successfully mediating, has been very, very short-lived. And viewers, we have some more breaking developments coming in. Israel has said that it has intercepted 15 UAVs launched from Iran. In fact, we have visuals also coming in. IDF says, and it also has shown it's one of the video how there you have how one of the drone was intercepted. There 15 UAVs launched from Iran. And remember, this is all coming right after the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump. And you see the UAVs now being launched as per Israel from Iran. And the Israeli Defense Forces say they have intercepted over 15 unmanned aerial vehicles, 15 UAVs from Iran. And that is the visual released by the IDF. And in fact, viewers, this is back-to-back strike that we have been reporting from Israel after the ceasefire. Now, viewers, US President Donald Trump may have announced a ceasefire, but on the ground, missiles continue to hit residential buildings across southern Israel. According to the rescue teams, death toll is mounting quick in Beersheba, with search for the survivors still underway.
Sirens, explosions, and collapsing buildings. The war between Israel and Iran is far from over. Rescue teams pulling out dead bodies from under the rubble. Firefighters scanning the debris of what was a residential apartment before the missile impact. Iranian missiles shook the streets of Tel Aviv today as the fragile hopes of peace crumbled under fresh missile fire. US President Donald Trump announced a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran after Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar late Monday. But the reality on the ground tells a different story. Iran's foreign minister had set a clear deadline at 4 a.m. local Tehran time. If Israel stopped its strikes by then, Iran would halt its own. But even an hour after that deadline passed, the missiles kept coming. Israel's military sounded urgent warnings, confirming new missile launches from Iran. In the skies over Jerusalem, Israeli missile defense systems were seen intercepting incoming threats. Soon after, Israel's Home Front Command issued another nationwide alert, warning that yet another barrage from Iran was on its way. Trump, posting on his Truth Social account, said the ceasefire would officially begin around midnight Eastern Time today. He called it an official end to the war. But on the ground, the war was far from over. Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, confirmed that 3 people were critically injured after an Iranian missile struck a residential area. A 7-story building in southern Israel's Beersheba suffered a direct hit. The entire face of the building was blown apart. Rescue workers rushed to the scene. Israeli firefighters confirmed they retrieved 4 bodies from the rubble and were searching for more survivors. For nearly 2 hours this morning, waves of Iranian missiles forced Israelis across the country to seek shelter as sirens blared and explosions echoed. The launches came after Tehran's deadline, testing the very core of the ceasefire agreement. Trump's ceasefire plan, announced just hours earlier, has now been accepted by Israel. With missiles still flying and lives still at risk, peace remains a distant promise.
And we have a former IDF Major Dan Pfefferman joining us on the broadcast for more. Dan, well, we see that there was a ceasefire that was announced by Donald Trump, but it is so short-lived that strikes continue. In fact, Iran is also hitting on civilian areas. What is the latest that you are getting to learn?
Yes, we went to sleep with very cautious optimism at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for us here in Israel, that a ceasefire announcement had been reached and that it was essentially going into effect in the morning, at 7 in the morning Israel time. At 5 in the morning, we were awakened with barrage after barrage of Iranian missiles that kept us in the bomb shelters until a little bit after 7 a.m. And then we saw, of course, the tragic news that in Beersheba, a civilian residential building was hit and at least 4 people were murdered in that strike. I have to say all of the strikes by Iran throughout this entire period have been on civilian areas, residential buildings, and all of the people killed in Israel. Now we're talking about around 30 people who have been killed in Israel by the Iranian strikes are all civilians. So it's not really clear to us what's happening. Did Iran accept the ceasefire? We haven't seen any official statement from Iran. Only kind of an ambiguous statement by Foreign Minister Arakshi that calm will be met with calm, sort of a statement, but no direct acceptance of Trump's ceasefire offer. And Israel, of course, even prior to this, had announced and had told different reporters that it had essentially finished its campaign and was ready to enter into a ceasefire as well. So it's just really not clear what's going on. And this morning was a very brutal morning for us here in Israel.
Absolutely, but we see that the warnings continue to come in from Iran. The Supreme Security Council also continues to threaten and talk about, that they will keep their finger on the trigger for any case of aggression. In fact, that is what we are breaking also right now as we speak. But Dan, I want to understand from you, because that, Iran is continuing with its warning. The war of words is also coming in. But what really is the option as of now, as on the Israeli part?
Well, Israel right now, and Defense Minister Katz announced immediately after that we're going to have to respond to this, as did the IDF Chief of Staff General Zamir. Israel is going to have to respond to this. And again, what do those responses mean? Does it mean taking out regime officials? Does it mean taking out now kind of shifting from nuclear and ballistic missile installations to more regime targets? What Israel will not do, which is exactly what the Iranians have been doing, is target civilians, because we have absolutely no intention of ever hurting Iranian civilians or any civilians in this area. And so this is something we're going to have to consider. I think you're going to need to see the Americans double down on their efforts here together with the Qataris, if I understand that they helped broker this elusive ceasefire. But it always baffles me how the Iranians and the radical axis in the region, whenever they have a choice between pragmatism and calm, they choose extremism and terror and escalation. And when they do, it's almost always to target civilians, unlike Israel strikes, which target regime installations and military installations.
Right, but Israel continues to say that Iran has violated the ceasefire. Iran over there says that we did not, and all these are false claims. In the next 24 hours, what can we expect? Do we expect that the ceasefire that has been violated will be restored? Are there any chances? Is there any scope for a ceasefire right now?
I believe there is. Israel, as I said, finished its essential goals in this operation. The goals were to cause a significant delay, a significant setback to the nuclear missile program, to the ballistic missile programs. And that was the very stated goal of Israel's strikes and of the U.S. joining those strikes. So once Israel finished those, the Israeli government, the Israeli military is ready to wrap things up. And so you have now one side of this conflict that is ready to wrap things up. The Iranian side, of course, from its perspective, its airspace, its sovereignty were violated. The crown jewel of its entire scientific and domestic achievement, something that it's funneled anywhere between $500 billion to $1 trillion over the last 30 years, has been destroyed overnight. Iran's hubris has come back to bite it. And the question is will Iran be a pragmatic radical actor and live to fight another day? And is this just sort of a parting shot before the ceasefire takes place, right, to show that they save face? Or will they completely reject the ceasefire? Will they try to launch all-out attacks on Israel? And then you will see kind of going back to a more significant escalation, because this time Israel will target not just the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, but it will have to go after the regime itself.
Right.
So it waits to be seen.
All right, Dan Pfefferman, thank you so much again joining us with your insights on that development coming in from West Asia viewers. And as we speak, we have some more updates coming in, as we're telling you that the Iranian Supreme Security Council has threatened that, and I quote here, "We will keep our finger on the trigger for any case of aggression," unquote. So this is the update from Iran. Iran says that it will continue to, it will retaliate if there is any aggression. So you see these statements coming in, viewers. These statements are incessant from Iran or Israel. Iran, in fact, trying to, issue such warnings time and again. We had last night even Khamenei tweeting about that photograph of the American flag without even naming United States. It had the American flag burning in that image that he tweeted. And what followed were more Iranian strikes, and then we saw the ceasefire being announced, which has been short-lived. And now Iran again says that finger on the trigger for any future strikes. So this is the Iranian security body that has issued this warning as the ceasefire collapsed. So as the tensions are escalating, viewers, the Operation Sindhu, of course, comes in focus for India. The centre's operation has been repatriating Indians stranded in in West Asia on war footing. The latest is the Indian Air Force C-17 flight with 165 Indians landing in the national capital. Here's a quick report on that.
Operation Sindhu has come as a major relief for all the Indians stranded in the conflict zone. Tuesday morning, an Indian Air Force C-17 aircraft carrying 165 Indians from Israel landed in Delhi's Palam Airport. The flight landed at 8:45 a.m. after they were evacuated from Jordan. The passengers were welcomed at the airport by Union Minister L. Murugan and other Indian Air Force officers.
Today, the second aircraft from Israel came here. Almost 165 passengers are landed here. We welcomed them. And these 165 passengers from various 22 states, they are all students and various work they are doing. Our government's priority, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's priority is to that wherever the war situation is there, or our Indians and our Indian diaspora peoples are struck to evacuate. Our priority, our Prime Minister's priority to evacuate them to safely to our nation.
Speaking to the media, the Indian nationals who were brought back thanked the central government for ensuring their safety during such uncertain times.
All over Israel में तो उतनी अच्छी नहीं थी because हम देख रहे थे. But at my place it was much safer. वहाँ पे sirens सुनने को मिले थे, but जो भी था वो interception हो रहा था.
Some of the passengers also expressed happiness over their evacuation experience. The conflict between Israel and Iran began on June 13th when the former launched a massive airstrike on Iranian military and the nuclear sites, codenamed as Operation Rising Lion.
Breaking news coming in right now. Now, Qatar's foreign ministry has summoned Iran's ambassador, condemning the IRGC missile strike on Al Udeid base as a flagrant violation of its sovereignty. Remember, Iran had hit the American air base in Qatar, and now Qatar had also, in fact, condemned the strike on Al Udeid base, and now it has also summoned the Iranian envoy over the base strike. There you have Qatar summoning Iranian envoy over the strike on the US military base in Qatar. It had launched missiles at the US military base in what is said was a retaliation for the American strikes against its nuclear sites like Isfahan, Natanz and Fordo. So in fact there were loud bangs in the sky, as you can see above the capital Doha in Qatar. And videos showed the bright flashes in the sky, air defense systems attempting to intercept missiles. Qatar, of course, has said that there has been not much damage because of this, but we see that Qatar is not taking it lying down, at least on the face of it. Al Udeid, remember, is the home to US military's headquarters for all air operations in the region. Now, Tehran launched a missile operation targeting the U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq as well. This is in retaliation to U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities, and this was merely just hours before Trump announced the success of a so-called ceasefire deal. Here's more.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam!
Statement now coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has now confirmed that in response to the ceasefire violations, the IDF will respond with force. So IDF continues to reiterate that Israel will respond to Iran with full force. So both the nations continue to warn each other. We have Israel, we have Iran saying that we will hit back. So this tit-for-tit strikes have been going on for more than 10 days, and even these statements also have been going on for the longest time. We've seen what has been happening after the ceasefire that was so short-lived, as Donald Trump tried to pull off what he tried to do earlier with Iran, with India and Pakistan. Also, we see what has happened after the ceasefire announced by Donald Trump. We saw these sirens being sounded in Tel Aviv, Iran hitting with the missiles in Tel Aviv. In fact, many of the civilian areas have been struck by the Iranians there. And Israel also says that it has intercepted more than 15 UAVs from Iran. So you have these visuals coming in that in fact depict the devastation from several areas, from Tel Aviv to Beersheba. In fact, in Beersheba, viewers, more than at least 5 civilians have been killed, and the rescue operation is underway there in that civilian area in that city. And as we speak, we have more and more visuals of destruction from Israel as Iran continues to hit back. Israel also has said that we will, strike back. We will not hold back if Iran tries to if there's any misadventure from Iran. So with that, we will continue with more updates. But right now, it's time for a short break. We'll tell you the latest coming in from the turbulence in the aviation sector. Now, in the latest, we have that there's a 10 crore rupee legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, finally we have the new date, 25th of June, tomorrow. NASA and SpaceX's Axiom mission liftoff. All eyes on Indian astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, making history.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
world's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines. Ceasefire deal in Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Iran and Israel falls apart after Trump claimed to successfully mediate. Devastation and chaos in Beersheba after Iranian strikes, at least 5 Israeli civilians killed. Iran denies missile strikes towards Israel, says Israel must accept its defeat and stop the aggression. Explosion heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. After 7-time delay, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Breaking news coming in, viewers, following President Donald Trump's decision to authorize airstrikes on 3 nuclear-related sites in Iran, Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz. State and local leaders across California have taken steps to monitor for potential threats. Protests have also erupted in Los Angeles in response to military action. California Governor Gavin Newsom also addressed a development, emphasizing that the state is staying alert in coordination with the national security agencies. So as you can see, viewers, right on your screens, protests erupting in Los Angeles in the backdrop of Donald Trump's statement over there. And as you can see, that people have poured out on the street expressing their concern in this connection. Remember viewers, California Governor Gavin Newsom has addressed development, emphasizing that the state is staying alert in coordination with national security agencies. Moving on, viewers, we have a statement coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has confirmed that in response to ceasefire violation, the IDF will respond with full force. This comes after Iran violated ceasefire conditions and reportedly launched fresh barrage of missiles towards Israel's commercial capital, that is Tel Aviv. So now the IDF has made it abundantly clear that there's going to be a strong response to what Iran is doing. There's going to be a massive reaction to Iran's action. That has been made abundantly clear by the IDF chief. They're saying that there was a ceasefire, but Iran did not abide by it. And now they must be ready for any response that comes from the side of Israel.
במערב איראן זיהינו הבוקר הערכות למטח לשטח הארץ ופעלנו לסיכול ושיבוש האיום. תקפנו 8 משגרים שהיו מוכנים לשיגור בזמן מיידי. גם ברגעים אלו חיל האוויר משמר כוננות אווירית להסרת איומים ולפעולות התקפיות מהירות. לפני כניסת הפסקת האש לתוקף, הבוקר נורו כ-20 טילים מאיראן לאזורים שונים ברחבי הארץ. רובם יורטו. צוותי פיקוד העורף, כוחות ההצלה והביטחון, נמצאים כרגע בשטח ונותנים מענה באזורי הנפילות. לצערי, ישנם הרוגים ופצועים בזירת הנפילה בבאר שבע. חולצו מספר לכודים חיים. כוחות החילוץ של פיקוד העורף ממשיכים לסרוג בשטח.
Well, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Nick, who's reporting from Tel Aviv. Nick, what is the situation on the ground right now? Because IDF has made it abundantly clear that they are going to respond to Iran violating the ceasefire. Where do we go from here on?
It looks like Israel determined to respond, and also some officials telling to the Israeli media that the U.S. is backing Israel in their determination to respond to this violation of the ceasefire by Iran. But yet, I believe, this is my assumption, that Israel, even if will respond, it will be not too much of a response in order not to collapse the ceasefire, because Israel wants to conclude this war and they don't want it to continue. That's why maybe just Israel needs to show to the world and to the Middle East that they are doing something, because in the past we saw how it led from not responding to more and more barrages of rockets. Israel has a lot of experience with that when other terror organizations or countries trying to see what are the red lines of Israel, and that's why now Israel needs to show the red lines that they will not accept any more barrages of rockets towards Israeli cities. Back to you.
Absolutely, Nick. Thank you for speaking to us, Nick, and for giving that update to our viewers. Moving on, viewers, Iran has released images, it says, and shows, these images shows the wreckage of multiple Downer F-35 jets, likely Israeli ADR variants over there, and has claimed to have been destroyed during the retaliatory missile strike against Israeli military facilities. So those are the visuals over there, viewers, of the downed F-35, and the visuals, the video has been issued by the Iranian facilities. Joining us live on this broadcast is Mr. Benjamin, who's joining, Benny Benjamin. He's a defense expert joining us live from Israel. Thank you for speaking to us, sir. Now, where there was talks of ceasefire, Israel has made it clear that there's a complete collapse of it. Iran did not abide by it. Iran says that they did not violate the ceasefire. Where do you see this escalation going forward from here on? Because Israel has made it clear that Tehran should be ready to tremble.
As per my opinion, Iran is behaving like his proxies, where they don't have, till the last day they will throw a last one and they will say, oh, we win the war. We are not interested in that. Iran must behave like a big country and respected country. Otherwise, we know how to answer them. It's very simple. It can't be. You're asking for ceasefire. We are giving you the ceasefire, and suddenly you're sending drones and missiles to Israel. This is not possible. What, you're playing games with us? And we are very trained people. If the IDF says we must be in the shelters, we are in shelters. So, you know what? They want to have casualties. I know the unnecessary people killed today in the morning after the ceasefire. And if they will not control themselves, we are having our planes on them all the time, and we will not have any problems to shoot them.
Absolutely. Mr. Benjamin, stay with us. We are getting some breaking news. Just stay with us. I'll come to you in a couple of seconds. Viewers, we're getting more breaking news as Qatar has formally now addressed the United Nations, sending a letter to Secretary General over there, and has also spoken about the missile attack by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps on the Al Udeid air base over there in Qatar, condemned the attack as dangerous, escalation and violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. So Qatar has raised voice, viewers, where they have approached the United Nations and has said that the attack that took place on their air base yesterday is a violation of their territorial integrity. Let me go back to our guest, Mr. Benjamin over there. Sir, we are seeing as to how these countries who were condemning Israel now are also condemning the attack that had come from Iran. Where do you think the geopolitics equation moving from here on?
I'm really, sometimes you say, I have a smile in my heart. And this is the thing happening with Qatar. This is all well planned, to satisfy the Iranians. We shot it, American bases. All this is, we had been in that movie so many times, also in Hollywood and also in Bollywood. So all this, I don't believe, they must be really, as I said in the beginning, they must be a country with their respect. And if they don't have it, go on, no problem. We are a small country, but we know how to fight. And if they want ceasefire, we want ceasefire because we don't want wars. We are fed up of wars. We have enough wars. And you see my age, I have a lot of wars in this country, and we don't want any more wars. We are really fed up. Not only me, I'm talking about everybody. Each and every person in Israel had gone to the army. So we don't have any. We know what is the respect for the army. We know what is what happens when there is a war, and we know what happens in our houses when there is a war. So all this rubbish, we don't want to do it. If they want, they are really serious. Let them talk about ceasefire. We are in ceasefire. Don't fire us. We will not fire you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So wait, we are also getting, I request you to stay with us. We're getting more update here. Israeli Defense Minister has instructed the IDF to intensify strikes against Iran after ceasefire violation. The minister has said in the light of absolute violation of ceasefire declared by the US president, that was mediated by the US president, by Iran, and by launching the missile towards Israel. Now, in accordance with that, the Israeli government's policy is to respond forcefully to any violations. That's why he says, I quote, that they have instructed the IDF in the coordination with the Prime Minister to continue the intense strike activity in Tehran to neutralize the regime, target and the terrorist infrastructure in Tehran. Sir, let me come across to you again, Mr. Benjamin. There you heard the IDF is very clear. Without any mincing words, they said that they have spoken to the government as well. All hands on deck. And their resolve is to target those terrorist infrastructure in Tehran.
I'm on the news, and yes, our defense minister said that we are doing ABC. But I don't think that they will try once again to talk about ceasefire before they do any attack, because attack to attack will not finish it. And I'm so sure that Israel will take a very deep breath and wait and try to do the ceasefire.
Absolutely, sir. So my last question to you here is that where Donald Trump had really tried to mediate a ceasefire, he's made that attempt previously with multiple countries but has failed miserably a lot of times. Once again, where he goes on to tweet that you'll have to listen to me, I'm the United States of America's president over there. How do you see this moving forward? Because clearly nobody is listening to Donald Trump.
United States, they are a good friend of ours. They are in favor of our good for Israel. I don't think that they, whatever the president is doing is not doing in favor of us. But as I said once again, Iranians, they are not serious people. Qatar, They are all they are doing dramas, and I don't understand why Americans are not understanding these dramas. These dramas, we are here for 77 years. We have a lot of dramas of this. So if they really want to do the ceasefire, I think the table is empty. Come on the table, sit and do it.
Absolutely. So thank you for speaking to us. Thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network.
God bless India. God bless Israel.
Well, moving on, viewers, let's get you the gist of what's really happening amidst this escalation between Iran and Israel. Iran reportedly launched missiles at Israel early this morning, just hours after US President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between the two countries. Trump's announcement that the ceasefire was in place came after a flurry of attacks between Iran and Israel. However, according to Iranian state media, Tehran denied any reports that it fired a missile at Israel after the ceasefire began. After Iran's attack on Israel's Beersheba this morning, 4 bodies have been recovered so far. The direct hit in the largest city of southern Israel comes just days after the city's hospital sustained significant damage in a missile strike. The search and rescue team said they retrieved 4 bodies from one of the buildings in Beersheba and were searching for more survivors trapped under the rubble. Tensions arise in Iraq after Saturday's US strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, with Baghdad intensifying security measures in a green zone and a mass evacuation of US embassy personnel underway. The Iraqi security forces have deployed SWAT teams and armored vehicles in the green zone, particularly heavily in areas near US embassy. Temporary cordons were also established around the diplomatic premises, barring access of unauthorized personnel. The Director General of International Atomic Agency, Rafael Grossi, has asked for Iran to resume cooperation with the agency. He has reportedly written to Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi to propose a meeting which could lead to a diplomatic solution long-standing controversy over Tehran's nuclear program. Operation Sindhu is in full swing. India evacuated 292 citizens from Iran and 366 nationals from Israel amid escalating tensions between the two countries. With the fresh batch of evacuees from Iran, India has brought back 2,295 Indians from West Asia so far. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Donald Trump, US President Donald Trump's first statement says Iran will never rebuild its nuclear program. Trump says Israel and Iran both violated the ceasefire. Now, Trump has asked about Israel-Iran truce, where he says, I don't think so. Trump said in a conversation with reporters before departure for NATO summit in The Hague that both Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire, noted that he is not pleased that Israel announced it would attack Iran after accepting the ceasefire. So there you have US President Donald Trump saying he is not pleased with the way Israel and Iran behaved, as to how both of them did not abide by the mediation that the United States said that it propelled between the two countries. This is the statement coming in from US President Donald Trump, and this is a very big statement coming in, viewers, because just a couple of hours after it was announced that there's going to be ceasefire between the two countries, we saw a barrage of missiles that were launched from the side of
Iran towards southern Israel. There were sirens blazing all around southern Israel. There was an attack as well in the residential areas, which also claimed 5 civilian lives, to which the IDF chief had given a very strong statement that Tehran should be ready, and it should be ready to tremble, because they have spoken to their political top rung as well, and are ready to attack. And now Trump's first statement, he is saying both Iran and Israel have violated the ceasefire. He is not pleased. And as far as Iran is concerned, he's saying that they do not have a nuclear program anymore. They will never be able to rebuild their nuclear program. That is what Donald Trump is saying. But remember, Iran had made it abundantly clear that there were no radiations, and what our sources from multiple platforms have apprised us is that there was a lot of commotion there at the Fordow site, as they had anticipated this attack. Joining us live on this broadcast is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, Trump has finally spoken. He's saying he's not pleased, but the point here, the moot point is, nobody is listening to Trump, no matter how much he tries.
See, he's not pleased, and he shouldn't be pleased, because he has this bad habit of jumping the gun. Also, in this instance, like in the case of Operation Sindoor, he seems to be coming out as more hungry for credit than actual substance on the ground. The proof of which is that we are as yet to see any evidence of a ceasefire actualizing between Iran and Israel on the ground. There has been a sustained volley of missiles from both the sides. The kind of standoff, military and kinetic engagement that we have seen over the last few days, a rollover of that continues. And Trump, because it seems that he has started believing in this fanciful idea that somebody planted in his mind that he's the man who should get the Nobel Peace Prize, just like Barack Obama did. And he perhaps believes strongly that he has done more than Barack Obama. So irrespective of whether things are actually happening on the ground, he's sort of trying to corner credit even before events happen. So in the case of India, the fact that the ceasefire happened essentially because Pakistan cried uncle, and it used the good offices of its American contacts to prevail upon India, which India obviously obliged. That does not mean that he was mediating. There is not a single phone call that happened between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi at any stage, or for that matter, President Trump and Asim Munir, at least during that period of India-Pak standoff. And for him to go ahead and take credit that, okay, fine, he got he was indulging in information arbitrage just because the Americans were involved in some kind of back-channel dialogue, just as the Saudis were involved, just as the Iranians were involved, just as the Emiratis were involved, and he sort of, jumped the gun and took credit. So it seems in this case also, Donald Trump indulging in typical information arbitrage and having a bit of an egg on his face, because both the sides, more so Israel, are not listening to him, and the two sides are continuing with their missile volleys. So it's a lesson for Trump. If I don't know whether he would be interested, the American president. If he's not drawing the lessons, maybe he would be repeating them. But this admission, clearly a case of Donald Trump realizing that not everyone does what they tell him that they are going to do.
Absolutely. Abhishek, remember that earlier in the morning he also tweeted, after just a couple of hours after when he announced that there is a ceasefire, he goes on to tweet that you'll have to listen to me. I am the President of the United States. What kind of statement is that? Abhishek. Okay, viewers, so this is the big breaking news coming in. We'll try and connect again with our executive editor over there. But Trump has made this statement where he has gone ahead and said that Iran will never rebuild its nuclear program. He said that he is not pleased with the way Israel and Iran have behaved. Also, he added that both Israel and Iran violated ceasefire. And this came after he was the first person to announce as to that there has been a ceasefire before the both countries could come forward and express. Global embarrassment for US President Donald Trump as just a couple of hours after announcing ceasefire, both Iran and Israel violated. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. We'll get you more on this, but right after a very short break.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal, give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by
In all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot, and now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you, and I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to see the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East. Thanks to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia's done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Neria Kraus from Israeli Channel 13 News.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Did you get to speak with Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I speak to everybody.
You urge both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that Iran is completely demolished?
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
You don't believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
No, Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers.
Israel says that they violated the peace.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have to respond to Iran on this?
So there you heard US President Donald Trump there in conversation with the reporters before his departure to NATO summit, and clearly very irked by the violation of the ceasefire. He said that both Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire, noted that he's not pleased that Israel announced that it would attack Iran after accepting the ceasefire. And most importantly, this was the first statement after the global embarrassment on Iran-Israel ceasefire. In fact, remember, he's the one who declared that there would be a ceasefire. And after that, we saw how Iran fired missiles at Israel. Several buildings were damaged. 4 people have lost their life. IDF has claimed that ceasefire has been violated by Iran. Iran has, on the other hand, denied the claims that have come in from Israel. But Trump there, you can see he's leaving for the NATO summit, and he has said that he's not happy with both Iran as well as Israel, as both of them have violated the ceasefire. But most importantly, he said, and he has given a message to Israel, do not bomb Iran. If you bomb, it will be a serious violation of the ceasefire. Bring the pilots back home. Now, he said that he's not happy with Israel and Iran, before also adding that he's really, really unhappy with Israel. So this is as far as the conflict is concerned. He also went on to say that I'm going to see if I can stop it. So he's still going to try and convince the leaders of these two nations to stop the war. And but most importantly, he looked very agitated and irked after the violation of the ceasefire. There you can see on the screen Donald Trump leaving for the NATO summit, and before that he spoke to the reporters there, giving a clear message to Iran and Israel that they must stop the bombing. Have a look again at what he said.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. Ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to see the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East, thanks to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia's done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
Yeah. It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Naria Kraus from Israeli Channel 13 News.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Do you get to speak with the Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I speak to everybody.
You urge both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
Do you believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
No, Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So you just heard Donald Trump there. On one hand, Israeli Defense Forces are saying that Iran has targeted them. Iran has denied it. Donald Trump right there saying that he's very angry with both the nations and will try and speak to them again. In fact, I'm joined by Akiva Spelgaman, who is the Media International Affairs consultant. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to ask you, Donald Trump there is saying that, he announced the ceasefire. After that, both the nations are not abiding by it. He's clearly very irked with this, and that is quite visible by the way he's speaking to the reporters right there. Would you agree?
I agree. I think President Trump needs a reminder that Israel is not yet a 51st state. And this morning, 4 innocent civilians were killed during a bombarding that lasted about 2 hours from Iran. This is after a ceasefire was called. And so Israel has to react when its citizens are being shot down in that fashion. President Trump is entitled to his opinion, but Israel will continue to defend its people as best it can.
Absolutely. But would you agree that this is a big global embarrassment for Donald Trump, because he did the same during India and Pakistan conflict as well? That was a very premature announcement that he had made. And now, at the same time, Iran and Israel, he has made the announcement. Both the nations are not abiding by it. He's saying that he's very angry. Many are saying that this is a global embarrassment for him. Would you agree?
I don't think it's an embarrassment. I think the ceasefire, which probably deserves a lot of recognition for, and we appreciate the work he's done, I don't think it's an embarrassment, because Iran has been threatening Israel and the United States for years. It's been shooting ballistic missiles towards the country for the past year, on and off. This morning, again, it shot a bunch of rounds, which it described as ending round, but they are the first ones who broke the ceasefire. And so I don't think it's an embarrassment. If he wants to be angry at somebody, I think he should point a finger towards Iran.